Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle episode 431. Holy shit. Hopefully, you guys have had a great Thursday. I had a pretty good day myself, but it's even better now that I've got this gentleman from me, ABC Co. Tell us how you're doing tonight and where we can find you, my friend.
Man, I'm doing great, bro. You can find me at abccompany.com if that's what you meant. And yeah, on Instagram is our main social media presence. But yeah, check out our website. There's a link to all our bio in there and stuff. So all our vendors are there. Yeah. But in physically, I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So
Always good to have another Michigander in the house. I'm definitely proud to support Mich- somebody that's relatively new on the seed scene.
very new.
Uh, you are taking up very quickly, my friend. So
Well, thank you
hell
for
yeah,
that.
man.
I'd
A lot
love
of
to.
people have said good things, not just Mr. Smiley, but a lot of people have said good things. Even Gene Traders, Lou the other night. He was the first one out of the first one he shouted out was ABC code. You go
Oh,
back and
really?
watch that episode. Yeah, yep. As
Now,
far as he said, people doing good things in Michigan, ABC code. First one he said, right
the
out the bat.
the Loos from Gene Traders are awesome. Those events are literally my favorite thing to do because they're 4 hours and they're just like literally nonstop. It's like I feel like I ran a marathon when I'm done, but I love it. It's my most favorite thing to do because there's so many people and it's just Gene Traders is the best events I've been to. They're my favorite. So Lou's a great guy.
Man, I'm a bit jealous, man. This last time, I had him on the show like a few days before. I had missed the first one, and I was like, man, I really should go. And then I seen posts of like all these breeders I've been talking to and friends with and shit. I'm like, man, I am missing out on a fucking good time.
Yeah. I couldn't
I
believe
should
that.
have went. I
I
should have
couldn't
went.
believe the echelon of breeders that were there that kind of were under the radar, like Dark Horse and people that are just like, legends that were like nobody even cared they were there. I was like fanboying, all these people and yeah, people are just but Tiki's booth was wild. That was something else. He yeah, Tiki brought some peeps. It was awesome. So that was cool to see. He had the lines going to a couple blocks, I think. Yeah. But yeah, they were
Yeah, I
great.
gotta get.
You have to come to an event though. It's really good, man. I bring buckets of pre-rolls. I walk around and hand them out to everybody. You just got to look at me with some eyes like that you're going to get a pre-roll and I'll give you one. Yeah, it's a great time there.
What are you smoking on tonight?
It's right now I'm smoking some vanilla kush cake. So it's my buddy who does a lot of my testing for me just brought over like four different phenos that he got finished of it, and they're all very very similar, which I like in a way. But then part of me is like, well, dude, these are F1s. Like, why do they look like F4s or something? Like, let's see some differences. But they're all very similar, which is nice. And yeah, it's some pretty good weed. I like it.
Sounds very tasty.
Yeah, that's
Very
it's
tasty.
the platinum cake, the one that's Smiley has that he just kills it with, and times platinum Cushmans, which for so both of them from in-house actually.
Me myself, I'm smoking a tester from MedGrower One. I'm not even sure if he named this, to be honest with you. It's Bosco Basio. gelato times primal punch.
Okay.
Pretty pretty good, man. It's kind of got like this caramel turk to it. And when on the nose and when you smoke it, it's almost like a caramel cappuccino. It's the weirdest thing, but it's delicious.
That sounds great, man. That's what amazes me the most about cannabis, sincerely, is like the different terps. Like, it's crazy sometimes. It's like literally I can't even believe sometimes when I smell somebody's weed, and when I'm just like, this is what? This is like, it smells like literally like a blueberry and kerosene or something. I'm just like, this is insane. I love the amount of terps that are coming out, and that everybody's just, banging tons of different shit. And yeah, I've been wanting to try some Med Grower stuff, man. Some of his gear. I've been watching him for a while.
Good friend of mine right there. Good
I
dude.
can't remember what pack I
Ah,
picked up at Gene Traders last time. There's something punch. I want to say Gorilla something too. I can't remember. I buy so many. I usually buy more seeds at the event, so I usually bring about 100 packs, and I usually go home with about 30, but 20 of them aren't mine. So I like to buy as many seeds as I can when I'm there. But it's so nice to buy them right from the breeder.
oh, I definitely agree on that. Sometimes that right there, my experience with the breeder, I might go in for something, but after a conversation with the breeder, I may come out with something completely different. Because I like to have things that nobody else has had. Because well, I do love the turfs, and I like to like people like are on the edge cannabis, like kind of coach them in. I got a lot of like just older friends that are just getting back into cannabis. You know what I mean? And I'll be like, I'll show up and I'll be like, "Hey, you want to smoke one?" Nah, I'm all right. And I'll flip open the bag and I'll be like, "Oranges," and I'll be like, "What?" You know what I mean? Come back again. We got some caramel.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, because I can't imagine 20 years ago. Well, actually, 20 years ago, I bought the first orange weed seeds online. Well, it was a little over that. So I guess I could imagine orange weed then, but I couldn't have imagined it before I smelled it. Like the first time you smell orange weed, you are like, what in the hell is going on?
It seems to be endless, really. Just when I think we pretty much have them covered, somebody's like bacon. What the fuck, bacon? Really? You know?
Yeah, most definitely. Well, that's kind of like how I like to name my strains, is I kind of like to do it based on like the flavors, but mostly the flavors usually derive from the parents. So that's why like Kush cake. Well, then I threw in vanilla because it just has like a little hint of vanilla, like burnt rubber, Kush, and then cake. So to me, I like when I buy some seeds, I would really just like, I want to know what the terps I can expect out of it are, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a super picky dude when it comes to like my everyday smoke. I'll try every type of weed at least 3 times, but as far as like my daily drivers, I'm very, very, very particular, which I think everybody should be. But it's what we're all trying to do, is find those daily drivers, I think, right? Like the one you can hoard for a couple years.
I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only hoarder.
No, man. No. See, I don't care much about the percentages and stuff like that. Like they're all high percentages, but I think that's kind of like just how it's going to be from now on, due to the nature of how we bred cannabis, but at least, high THC strains. But I don't really care about that. Like some of the better smokes that I like to consume every day are usually around lower 20% range, maybe even high teen THC wise, because I find it to be like a smoother smoke. And I've been blessed with this little machine called a Purple Pro. Have you ever heard of one of those? So
I
it's
have.
a little machine that uses light to test for THC, and they're about $1,500, man. But it tests for THC, CBD, and water content, so moisture. So it's a good way to judge when you're curing also or drying, but it's also good for like breeding purposes or even just pheno hunting. But I found it to be very accurate. So I test every strain that we have personally, and I don't know, I just find those mid 20 to lower 20% to be like my favorite smokes, like for smoothness and like just every day, like, you know what I mean? Not like busting your lung and stuff.
So I guess we should start this off right. This could be good when it's already good conversation already. So to fish start it off the official, we usually start this off where it starts off. When was your first experience with cannabis, my friend?
My first experience with cannabis, like that. Okay, so I don't remember it, but when I was a kid, my dad used to put me in the buckets to get the bottom of the barrel back from the Mexican weed they used to ship up in drums and shit. So when I was a little tiny little monkey of an ape, they would put me down in the barrel to fish out that weed. So I've been around weed literally my whole entire life. So my first experience smoking though, man, was I was probably I think like 13 years old. Just went riding with a buddy. We just went out. He was like 16, my sister's boyfriend. Went and smoked a bowl, dude, and yeah, I was hooked. I loved it then, man. That was, I don't know, what was that, 20, I'm almost ashamed to say how long ago it was, but yeah, 20, 30, 25, almost 30 years ago. Yeah. So that was my first like real time, personally. But
That's that's a long time ago. And I'd like to hear it, man. It makes me feel better that I'm not the only one that has roots like that.
yeah.
I've when people ask me about my cannabis journey, when I've told my story a few times, I'm like, man, my story is different than everybody else's. It's just been a part of my life for it's like as far back as I can fucking remember. So, man, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one, man. It makes me feel 100 times better.
Well, I kind of like to think like it helps keep me down to earth and like tied to earth. You know what I mean? So my head just don't like float off into space or something. Like it, weed keeps me like back in the planet. Like with nature and plants, so to speak. Like working with nature all the time and enjoying it every day. And I use it for recreational use, for pain, for just every day. It's a routine for me, and I enjoy it, and I never won't. And I love weed. Period.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing
Yeah.
wrong.
No,
So,
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
did you obviously ran with it at 13 then?
Yeah, I literally started hustling when I was 14. The first time I found out you could take a half ounce for $60 and then sell 3/8 for 20 and smoke an eighth. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And then yeah, I literally been hustling since then. And uh I started growing when I was young, and my my dad grew and my uncle grew kind of like guerrilla style outdoors and stuff in like upstate New York. And um and my dad lived in Texas, and he had a house up here and then a house down there, so he was bringing up a lot of Mexican herb into Michigan. And and so yeah, shit, damn, I think I got high. I forgot where I was going with that story. We just talk about Um, what was the question, bro? My bad.
You was telling us about the first time you got to grow your uncles and
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, the first time I ever grew, I was 16 years old, and my uncle and them were growing, but I ordered seeds online from Amsterdam, and I was so paranoid. I ordered them to a homie's house and used a different homie's prepaid credit card, and like, you know what I mean? This was back when, if you like, I seen people go to jail for a stem, like no lie, it was crazy. So so yes, I ordered, and I literally, it was called Orange Bud, and I ordered it from Amsterdam, man. And so that was my first grow I did out like next to my house in the field, like kind of in like a little country kind of suburb area. It's suburbs now, it was country then, but uh yeah, so that was my first grow. Like, it wasn't very successful or anything, and I really started growing like indoors in about 2004, and it was in my homie's basement, and we hardwired up some ballasts and an old like sub panel, and it was, with some warehouse lights, and it was before you could really go to a store and get shit still, kind of, or if you did have a store, you had to go and talk about tomatoes and stuff. And yeah, man, I was just, I it's been hard for me my whole life for me to like let someone tell me that I can't grow a plant. I've never really been down with that. So I kind of always just disregarded it, you know, because it seemed pretty stupid to me.
it's only a plant. Why should we be able to grow it like anything else? I mean, it's crazy. But I'm glad that you took it on without question. You know what I mean? That's for sure. That's for sure. So what were the first couple ones you started off with? Do you remember? Was it bag seed or
So the first strain indoors, that when I really started being like, okay, let's do something here, like it was actually Big Bud. Uh Shit, I can't even remember the breeder, but it was definitely one of them oat. So it would have been around, yeah, 2004. Maybe was it greenhouse or shit, I can't remember. I could look it up, but it was, the strain was called Big Bud. And I mean, there was like a few strains out. You could get, there wasn't a ton out. There was, I mean, it was the White Widow days and the Big Bud and the Northern Lights and the Afghanis, and that's what it was. And I went with Big Bud, and it kind of banged, dude, but it was kind of a beast. Um, but it was nice and dense, and it was good, and it probably would have held up to today's standards, to be honest. Like, as far as smoke wise, like, it was some pretty good smoke.
so what was the first grow like? The whole that first setup, if you don't mind telling us.
Nah, so we bought this guy's room that he, excuse me, he was getting out of it. So, and he had four like old warehouse, like 1,000 watt, they were HPS ballasts, and but just like not even with hoods or anything. So we had like the warehouse hoods, and they were like hanging from a cord, like a kitchen light, kind of like. And then they were all wired into this one sub panel that we wired that right into the main panel. But if we ever had any issues, we could just kill it all. Like, all our ballasts were literally in our sub panel. They didn't even have like the casing or anything. They were just like literally the old school magnetic like ballast, not even in a box.
What was did you start off in dirt back then? Soil?
Yeah, yep, yeah, started in soil. And then here's a funny story for you. So me and my infinite like uh wisdom, we bought the nutrients and everything from homie, and he had some AK-47 plants. So, and he gave us some Fox Farm nutrients, and I was like, grow big. I was like, hell yeah. And I literally unscrewed the cap and I like gave it a shot, like I was pouring some out for the homies. Like I must have been the Superman because I didn't need any type of direction. So I literally just poured like, I don't know, looking back, probably like 120 mils on this, you know, 10-inch, 12-inch teenager of a plant, right? And so the next day I come back. Needless to say, I literally killed it with like this shot of Grow Big from Fox Farm because I just literally dumped it on her. Like I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna start reading directions. And then I read the directions. I was like, okay. Yeah. So that
Fox Farm days. I haven't used that stuff in a long time. It is fun, a little funny though. A little funny.
it's not a bad one to begin with in the, you know, after the turn of the millennium, I guess. But then I went to the grow store and I was like, I need your best nutrients, right? And of course, to them, that's probably the most expensive. So they gave me house and garden. I was like, yeah, I'll take the whole line. Yeah. So a bunch of money later, not knocking house and garden. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's just a lot of additives. That's all. So I don't like to work with so many now. So
Think they do that. It's part of the system. I honestly think it's part of the system to keep you trapped in the system. To be honest with you, I don't know how many times I've been in a nutrient lineup that has had, 4 or 5 inputs there. You know what I mean? Between veg and flour. There, you run out of shit. You go. All right, I'm gonna mix it up. I'm tired of this shit. As soon as this shit runs out, I'm gonna switch it up. But then it runs out bottle by bottle, buy another bottle. And then when the next one runs out, it keeps you drawn in. So you never run out. You have to, nickel and dime yourself. You have to just quit cold turkey. Fuck it, I'm out. You want this shit?
yep.
Get it away from me.
Exactly what I had to do with house and garden because I rocked that shit for 10 years, dude. And it was probably with the same fucking bottle of Elgin extract, to be honest. And that's what got me. It was like $100 bottle. You only needed like 1 mil per 5 gallons or something. I don't know what it was, but it was like, I was like, but I paid $100 for that liter. I'm gonna use it, and that's how I was like, damn. Now I got to go get 20 more liters of A and B. Yeah, you're right. That's how they get you. You get the one expensive one, and then you're like, well, I gotta just stick with it. But it wasn't bad. I had decent results. It was just a lot of work, man. You gotta add A, wait 15 minutes or some shit, do the hokey pokey, like.
So, what was the first step up? What was the first transition into a better garden?
uh, when medical hit. So that was when I could actually like do something in my own spot and feel, once I got carted up and stuff, I felt better about, doing things, you know, here with my family and shit, as long as I was legal, which that I stayed legal, it was good. So yeah, that was the next step up when I could do it like completely on my own, like with not in anybody else's basement or anything.
What was set up like at that time? Still HPS?
Yep. Yeah, I was in my basement and I didn't have a mini split yet, so I had an air conditioner in my basement window. Which, I don't know who else has done that one, but my neighbor asked me, he's like an old military dude. He's like, what are you doing over there? I'm like, oh, no, just fixing the window. Like, yeah, so 4 HPSs, yeah, with just some ventilation and yeah, just hooked up on a sub panel. So nothing fancy. Not until I started making my own LEDs and then I started messing around with some quantum panels and stuff. And that was when we upgraded from HPS. But I think we rocked HPS technology for something like 15 years, or I did personally, which I think, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not the most efficient way.
I agree with you. As you can see, I'm still rocking some behind me. Shit won't break.
No, yeah,
Shit won't break, and it takes up too much room to store.
man, I had to get an extra storage unit, dude. Because what do you do with it? You can't. Yeah, you're right. It's yeah. That's the whole catch, I guess. So is it worth it to upgrade to LEDs when you just literally just waste all the money you ever had invested in the lights and stuff? Maybe not.
I keep saying I'm gonna change it, man. Every time like the light goes out, I'm like, oh, if it's a ballast, I'm done. I'm not buying another ballast. And it's always something stupid. It's another bulb, whatever. It keeps going and going. I almost took it down this last time, but I was like that close with these new LEDs, and I was like, nah, I can't.
Do you have to run ventilation and everything still? Like you run
I
an air.
definitely have to reroute the ventilation. That's for sure. Because if I were to take out that, it'd be like taking a link out of the chain, right in the middle of the chain. I'd have to do something. So,
Yeah, that was one of my biggest issues. Ended up being the heat though, even with ventilation. When you start rocking like 5,000s in like a 10 by 12 area or whatever, I don't have like a big room. It gets too hot. So that's initially why I was like, I'm gonna check out some LEDs. But I really bought one little $100, uh, what is called the Quantum, the HLG 100 or something. I bought it right off Amazon, and I vegged with it, dude. And I couldn't believe the squat plants that it made. So once I did that, then I was like, all right, well, I'll build some veg lights because that seems like, efficient. Like instead of keep having to buy T5 bulbs all the time, like that, that was kind of a huge money dump. You go to buy 8 4-foot Hortilux T5 bulbs, it's like almost $200. I was like, dude, you could buy LED though, and for $200 it lasts you 10 years. I'm like, that I had to switch for veg. It just made the most sense to switch for veg for me anyways. And then once I seen the results of the ones that I built in veg and how efficient they were, I finally just bit the bullet and made the switch. And I just ordered a bunch of panels from Quantum, and then I just made them all myself because that you can end up spending like $450 per like 4x4 area or whatever if you build it yourself. So
it's I haven't ventured down the build your own route yet, but I am definitely a huge fan. I don't know why I haven't went down the road of trying to put them together. I'm somewhat handy. I like to think I'm handy. And I've been running the fucker since like the Mars days, the early Mars days, the Mars before they were Mars 2. You
yeah.
know, God, that far back.
Dude,
Uh,
you could totally do it. They're so simple. Like it's literally you just pull one wire from one to the other. They have all the wiring diagrams right online. It's just about how clean you want to do it. So I'm pretty fussy, so I spent quite a bit of time on mine. But all you do, you just get a nice thread and tap and some aluminum. You can get right at Menards, dude. And yeah, then you just take the time and just frame it however you want. I like to do 2 panels, so it will be like basically a 2x2 area. So then I can just like adjust one set. So it would be basically like half of 1,000 HPS in essence. So, but it's just like 2 panels. Instead of doing all 4 together, I just like to do 2. And they're easy to carry. I can literally just pull them out one hand and I just mount them right up to the roof of the tents I have down there right now. I just literally mount them right to the roof. I don't even move them because I don't know with the LEDs, especially because I have them so overpowered. I already have them dialed down so much that I don't even need to adjust the height of them, I can just adjust the power of them because I probably built them too strong.
Well, it sounds like you know what the hell you're doing.
Man, I just watch some videos on YouTube, bro. But I highly recommend them though, man. I got a buddy that's he's looking to build a commercial facility, and I turned him on to him, and he was rocking double endeds, and he's gonna probably do all LEDs, I think. So I think they're viable from every standpoint, from us like home growers to the big commercial people. And I think it's the way of the future because it's just the most efficient, which might mean the most sustainable, I would suppose.
Definitely more efficient, man. It's almost breaking my heart to realize how much I could be saving. Uh, well, with the lightsaber sent, they were saying that they always do, they can replace 1,000 watt. It was only a 400 watt light, and I didn't even check in it the time I got it here. That was part of it. I was like, oh, I can't do it, can't do it. But I don't know. Some of them will definitely kill it in flower these days. When I broke it down, even 15 amps, 110, 30 amps. Hell, that'd be 60 amps behind me if it were running 110. It's running 220, so 999. Basically, even if I threw those LED in there, they were gonna pull 3.5. So 7, that'd be like less than one light to do a 4x4. You know what I mean? I could have instantly started saving cash, or even double. I even could double. I did the math. I'm like, I could actually double up the space, put another 4x8 right next to it, and still be 2 amps under. You know what I mean? Than what I was drawing before. Uh, so it's super tempting. I know it's hard not to. It's hard not to tear them dinosaurs down. Actually, do the math, but they're there.
Well, then you have to also factor in like all your ventilation equipment too, because those draw quite a few amps. And uh, I I in essence did the math, and because just I wanted to know if it was the right way to go or not. And for me, in like a basement in a tent, like similar to yourself, what you have going on, for me, it was more efficient. To go to LEDs because in the space where I was running like about 1150 watts, now I'm running approximately 500, and I'm not only getting similar results, but I think that it's turning out better because of the addition of the UV that I add in and stuff. So
You know, they the heat. They don't. As far as the heat goes, I got nice ventilation system kind of going. I don't even use air conditioner. I'm in northern Michigan, man. I didn't. I was like not even wanting to say a word last night as everybody around me on the panel was like, "It's 100 degrees here. It's 100 degrees." Shit, it was 60 degrees where I was sitting out here in northern Michigan. And even with everything that's going on around me as far as lights and shit, it's 75 degrees in here right now. You know what I mean? So it's not so bad. That northern Michigan air. Um, I've been up here 5 years. I haven't ran an air conditioner yet. Up here. I've been kind of blessed like that.
so
I did kind of giggle a little bit about the air conditioner in the basement window because as a grower, I would have seen that, but like, oh yeah, I know somebody's got some weed going.
Yeah, I seen one the other day and I was like, I know what you're doing, bro. Yeah. It, it's kind of wild how much cooler it is even right up in northern Michigan from right here. I know it just kind of gets hot. Like uh yeah, I feel like we're kind of like in the armpit of Michigan over here. It just seems warm, but yes, if you're not having issues, dude, I wouldn't change it. Or maybe like I said, like if are you with LEDs for veg or do you still rock? Is that a T5, I think?
Oh man, I got a mess of shit over here. I
Yeah.
no, I actually flower. There's a whole nother. I'm in like the middle of a horseshoe, basically,
Yeah.
with the
Oh,
with
that's
the
cool.
tent.
Hell yeah.
So half on LEDs rock during the day because plants do better, in my opinion, with the warmer temperatures under LED. So if it does get a little bit warmer here during the day, it's LED. They don't mind it so much. And then I rock the HPS at night, which is easily cooled with the cooler nighttime air. So you know it's on and off. And yes, so yeah, I still use them in for flower and all the LED, even though these are T5s you see behind me, they're all LED replacement bulbs
Oh
for
yeah,
all
that's
the
cool.
fixtures.
Oh
So
yeah, that's
I've
right.
been
That's
rock. That's one thing I did learn a long time ago was man, them lights sucked. Them old Mars lights. I mean, I had high hopes, man. I really wanted that to be the way of the future. Here we are, 10, 12 years later. Eh, we're pretty much there, but back then, no. But when I took them down and put them into flower, even the reds and blues back then were amazing for veg. So I learned back then that yeah, LED for veg is the way. I've never ever since way back then. I've just been kind of using my old lights. Every time I get a newer LED, I just kind of down it into the veg somewhere. But I'm always optimistic for flower, but they always end up back in the veg, I guess. Sometimes. Like amazing. Amazing.
yeah, I love HBS though. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it, man. If you're running good temps like that, dude, I would rock it until you just don't want to anymore. Cause that's, it's working, dude.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So what kind of medium are you in soil now? Obviously, I bet.
Well, actually, so I was in hydro. I like to switch every once in a while, and I was doing hydro, but excuse, Ooh. But I'm gonna switch back to soil right now. So yeah, just for the summer, I think, because I'm just in my basement right now. I'm looking to get some property, hopefully up north a little bit, you know. Yeah, so I can take advantage of some of them cooler temps too, my friend. But or just get away from the city is more like it. But yeah, I don't have a ton of room, so I'm looking forward to getting some more room and stuff. But yeah, that's probably my 5-year plan here.
Come on up. It's nice up here. It's nice up here. You got to drive for shit. Going downfall. Everything's a couple joints away, at least one. It's
Looking,
actually a necessity too. I don't even, I've told this to a lot of people. I don't even judge the rides in time anymore. I judge them in doobies before I leave the house. How long is it going to be? It's a 2 joint ride. It's a 2 joint ride each way. 4 joints. Let's go.
oh yeah, me and my buddy developed a system. It's called the DPM, the Dube per mile meter. So like depending on how far you got to go and your relative speed and shit, like you can figure out how many dubs per fucking miles you need and shit.
Hey, great minds think alike right there, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, or just songs
You
sometimes.
sounds like you're already set, man. You know the routine, man. Fucking
Yeah, I just got to get out of the burbs, man. No, I like it though. I love Grand Rapids. It's an awesome city though. It's really cool for sure.
I actually didn't realize Grand Rapids is it's big of a city uh all around as it is until later in life. I don't know why, but I was, when I found out how big of a city it was, I was like, no shit. Well, yeah, it's actually
Yeah,
a good size. It's basically a
yeah.
good size city.
I think we're the second largest to Detroit, and then I think we have just like the surrounding area. I think has like 1 million people or something. So it's not like huge, but I don't know, it's big enough. We have the largest art competition in the world here, and there's a brewery about every 2 blocks. You can't even walk too far without hitting a brewery, which is cool if you like beer. But usually drunk people don't mind if I smoke weed, so I don't drink personally, but there's tons of breweries, so it's kind of cool.
Hopefully they make room for some big grows right next to the breweries.
That's where Grand Rapids has been weird because we've been next to Lansing, but then yeah, it's just weird because they haven't allowed dispensaries like this whole time. The city's been fighting it, but yeah, it's really weird. But they're just allowing them now, so it's yeah. But I don't know. I tried to get weed
A-
delivered one time and
Any
they didn't show up. So fuck it.
any chance they're looking at it as like, since you so guys are so close in population to Detroit or size, they look at it, they see like what happened to Detroit with as far as dispensaries. I mean, when when that first came out, man, I think there was by far more dispensaries than Starbucks down there for sure. And I think there was like a record number of dispensaries. I mean, there was almost like one on every block, almost damn near. So I
Yeah.
wonder if they were like, nah, we seen what happened. Ain't gonna be here. Ain't having it here.
Yeah. Detroit and Lansing's like that also. The state capital. They got them everywhere there. Like literally every block. But here there's like none. It's crazy. But they're just now, I think, starting to allow it. So yeah. But that's cool with me. I'm all about legal weed. I don't care if the government has to get their money. That's fine, I suppose. As long as they don't put people in jail, then that's cool.
I agree. I'm all about the legal weed too, man. It took so long to get here. I ain't fighting. Just happy for what we got.
Most definitely, man. Yeah, it's kind of cool though going to a dispensary. It's expensive, but it's just kind of cool just to go in and like, yeah, it's literally like an Apple store. So that's kind of cool just to go in and just, I mean, they're all fancy now. It's pretty cool. It's just cool to see. It's just cool. It's a good time to be alive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, what made you decide to turn your focus on breeding?
You know, I uh I kind of felt like, well, I kind of consider myself like a master of not being a master. So I just kind of like reached a point growing and extracting that I kind of was like, okay, well, I don't really want to like Smiley's a master grower. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not that. I'm not like I grow the plant. I mean, I grow just kind of a different style and stuff, but like, you know, he's so amazing and zero down to the tiniest degree. But to me, when I start to get like to the tiniest degree is usually when I dip, when I start doing something. So I was like, okay, well, I've grown for so long and extracted for so long and I just I kind of got this stable of little genetics here that I think are kind of top notch compared to what I've been comparing them to. And they weren't even like ones that I bred with. They were just ones that I popped and hunted or collected from all of, you know, our little core collective here in Southwest Michigan. This Grand Rapids area is kind of turning out some huge people with genetics. Like, and so I, you know, we kind of share and stuff. And, you know, with like Thug and stuff, there's just some banging genetics. So I really just wanted to see if I could do it, I suppose, and put my neck out there and see what would happen and kind of maybe show the world my art too, in a way. So, you know, it's kind of that whole, it was kind of like, all right, if I'm 100% honest, like I believe that like Earth or God or whatever you want to call it, or Gaia or Earth in essence, wants me to help bring people back to it. And so I make these little shiny trinkets that I think attract people's attention and hopefully make them want to come back to Earth and grow cannabis and go back to nature and back to holistic medicine and heal themselves and shit. So I kind of feel like it's kind of like just a bigger purpose than me. And I know that sounds kind of corny, but that's literally why I wanted to do it, because I want to like help change the world if I could. And I felt like this was the best way that I could do that.
It's pretty fucking awesome, and I think your packaging is pretty fucking awesome, by the way. All the way down the to what the seed holder, the seed vial necklace is badass. I like the treasure chest case. I'm I'm weird like that. I like boxes, and I'm a woodworker myself. I appreciate cool shit. And anybody can make something square. And I like, you know, the treasure chest because it takes a little bit extra time to make the rounded top and everything. Right? From before I even seen like the necklace, the vial necklace, I seen the case. I was like, oh, that's fucking cool as shit. It's cool as shit. There's a, you know, I put that right next to. There's one other cat I that he sells zips and and he sells them in fucking coffins. Coffins. I seen
That's
that. I'm
crazy.
like, that dude's making fucking bank, man. That fucking whatever's in that case, whoever. So the fact that you can just walk up and buy a fucking casket with full ounce zip
Hell
weed
yeah.
is pretty fucking awesome.
That is
And when I
cool.
seen that treasure case, I kind of that put the coffin aside. I'm like, man, that's cool because the coffin was just, you know, plain Jane. It was a coffin, but it was cool. But the treasure had chest had fucking detail to it. It's another, you know, it wasn't. It was like there was so much work into just the case. You know what I mean? That the seeds had to be good. You wouldn't put just fucking all the work into making something so cool and then just put shit in it. You know what I mean? The craftsmanship on the outside tells you what's good, you know, what's going to be in the inside is even better. Then when you put the fucking little thing glass, you know, I'm into cool shit like that. I like shit like that. So again, when I seen that, I'm like, oh, this fucker's got some cool shit going on. Excuse me, by the
Oh, you're
term
good.
fucker too.
Yeah, no, that's
I
cool.
use it as a term of endearment all the fucking time. My kids fucking
I
think I'm an
appreciate
asshole
that.
because I use it like that.
Oh yeah, it's all
But
good.
still, Super
Dude,
cool, man. Super cool shit.
after that compliment, bro, you can call my fucking grandma an asshole. I don't care. Thank you, bro. No, that's super cool, man. I appreciate that because I try to put tons of thought into it, and I'm gonna try to keep like elevating, and just keep like hopefully just elevate the packaging of things. I'm trying to get some collabs going with some big glass guys, but nobody will. I don't want to put anybody on blast, but nobody will team up with me yet. But I've been reaching out to lots of glass people, like, dude, come and fucking help me out, make some things. I'll pay you, and but it's just, yeah, it'd be a custom thing, and it's, yeah, people aren't. But I'm starting to make some more custom jars and stuff myself, and or maybe some Puffco carb caps. Our last drop, I made just regular size carb caps. I threw in there just as extra, just because, dude, just because I want what you said. I want people to know that like I really want to like give you guys like the best that you can get, the best that I can, and I believe in the genetics that I'm putting out, man. And I know that I just came out this year, and that I kind of definitely like I grew way quicker than I ever anticipated. That's for sure, but I was somewhat prepared, so I was kind of glad for that because I had a lot of strains and stuff that we were working on, and I'm very fortunate to have a very good friend that is, he's running a little facility. And so he's just running like tons of my seeds all the time. So I can test strains very quickly now. And that's such a huge thing for like a small, for a basement grower like me. But it makes all the sense in the world because once he gets his big facility up and running, then we can cross promote. And then people, like even you in northern Michigan, because he's going to have a couple locations that can deliver the flower, but you could order some flower from AB Seed and then try it out before you could ever even have to, or want to order my seeds. So I kind of, I'm a proof is in the pudding type dude. So, that's why when I go to Gene Traders or all that, I bring pre-rolls, and I'm like, yo, go smoke this and then come back if if you want. If it's mids or whatever, then peace out, or here's some flour to check out. Or But I'm definitely a proof is in the pudding type dude. So yeah. So I would like to put my flour in everybody's hands before they ever even have to try to buy my seeds. But I appreciate all the love from everybody, man. I've been overwhelmingly blessed this year with that. So it's been such a great journey, and I grind every day, 16 hours just in the lab, dude, all the time, like just trying to make it in this industry. And the way things are looking, man, I might be blessed and lucky enough for that to happen.
Like to think that good things could happen to good people. If your heart's in the right place. Well, the thing of it too is, I think this is one thing that fucking we got myself on mute. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I missed that last part.
there's one thing I think that sets you apart from other people already, and that's your artistic side of things. You know, people have dreams and goals, and then they wonder why things don't fall into place for them. I think it's because they don't actually can't see the vision inside their head. You know what I mean? The creativity side of things. I think people fall short there. As they get older, and as you can, as we can already tell, you have a very creative side to you. You know what I mean? A genuine creative side, which even more so fuels a good fire. So I think it isn't no coincidence that you're making your way early on in the industry. People really appreciate good, genuine people doing good things. flat out.
Means a lot, man. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that sincerely. You know, because that's really what this whole thing is about. Like, I see so much like drama in the whole breeding community, and I sincerely, I want to just be like, hey guys, like, come here, you know, just like just let me give you a hug. All you guys are just like upset with each other, and you you're losing. But no, I'm not saying everybody is, but you know, the guys that are having issues, they're, I feel like, unfortunately, they're kind of in a place like up on this pedestal in this community where you have to have somewhat of like a egotistical type of like demeanor, and then when you clash with another breeder or someone, you know, it's almost impossible for the people that are on this level to not kind of react in a certain way. But I just wish that they could just realize that this whole thing is about love, and it is still all about us versus them, and that we all just need to come together as a community together. Like all these things, like, you know, the drama and all that stuff between breeders is crazy that's going on. It's entertaining, but I want to see the love come back to the community, and be what it's really about. Just coming together and helping each other out, and like, you know, networking with each other, man.
No, personally, I believe that the cannabis community has a fucking amazing crowd. I think it's I've met so many friends, people I call friends, people I call close friends, life friends in the communities, in these chats, weed nerds back before fucking all this live streaming shit was cool. There was us weed nerds fucking trying to make a community, fucking hang out, be cool
Yeah,
with each other and shit. The cannabis community in general has a huge, huge heart. The cannabis industry, money side, can be ruthless. I mean, I wish they could just take. I mean, I don't know where along the lines they lose their way when they step kind of into the industry, but they forget that this is the heartbeat. The community is what keeps the whole fucking thing going. Why not keep touch with the heartbeat? You know what I mean? I
I
get
love how you
disappointed.
put that. I love how you put that, dude. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly it. That's perfect. Yeah, that was a great way to put it, bro. Sincerely, I like that a lot.
Again, I've been, you know, my journey runs deep. Like I said with this plane too. You know, it is actually. I've seen it since I can, long as I can remember. It's fed me. It's fed me. It's, you know, it's been a medicine. Been there when fucking nobody else has, unfortunately, at some points. And it's, you know, later on, when I started growing, I seen the power of how it can save lives, and just, you know, even deeper, man. I hate to say it, but I think I was headed down that road anyway, with a little psilocybin journey. But this last year, Smiley fucker got me kind of down this organics road, and it's taken me, man. It's actually blowing my mind how deep and integrated the whole fucking system, the whole network is. You know, from the microbes, soil to everything. It's all interrelated, and not just that. It took me down that crazy road, and then it spirituality side too, man. I mean, as you head down that organic road, I don't think you can separate the two. To be honest with you, I think you go down the organics road to a point, and then you open up a door, and it's like, holy shit, it's one. It's all one. You know what I mean? You go down that crazy rabbit hole, and then it's fucking completely
Everything's
different.
connected, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So
Yeah, most
it's
definitely.
crazy.
The things that you guys can achieve with organics is like it's so amazing that like the terps that you can achieve just from the microbiomes and from just the that living soil, that's super soil, if you will. I'm not sure if that's the correct term anymore, but uh that it literally, you can tell the difference. And I've been fortunate enough to have Smiley be like, you know, uh with me long enough that I can see him even grow some of my strains, but I get to smoke all of his herb. And I don't know if you've ever gotten to try it, but his terps just slap different. And if anybody says that that's not the case, I've grown synthetically for 20 some years, and organics are the way of the future, most definitely. But I mean, if you want the best tasting, uh, highest terpene content cannabis, like I use Mills, so it's a synthetic, and it's from biominerals though. So like the difference between organics and synthetic is one is carbon based, and right, and one is silica based. And so when it comes from earth, when you get it from natural ingredients, then in essence, I think that is like what most people deem the organic type of culture. And I agree with a naturalist approach, but I can't say that I'm organic because I don't grow with carbon based uh, nutrients. I use silica based. So, but I like males. It works well. But as soon as Smiley just brings me over some buckets to put some plants in, you better believe I'll just do whatever he tells me to do. It's just a lot of work, man, for me to be breeding, uh, blowing glass, making all this packaging. I don't even have time to grow organic, dude.
Interesting take on it. That's for sure. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm not shitting on synthetic nutrients. I grow it. I've grown in cocoa for a long, long time. The organics thing is coming back into the garden, somewhat for the simplicity part of it. The the effect it's had on me personally now is a whole different thing. You know, I honestly could go back to cocoa. You know, I enjoy both. I like the simplicity. I'm actually trying to wean it down to where now that I might be able to get a daughter in to help me. They're of age. You know what I mean? I mean, can't get any easier than, honey, go water them plants and go take this whole, 20 count each pot, 20 count. You know what I mean? Versus
No,
mixing things up and having to read the plant and shit like that. But I, you know, I'm right there with you. It's synthetic is, but I get again as a person, it's taken me down another road. That's where it's actually,
yeah.
I appreciate what it does here, but I'm actually learning more again, the relationship with us and the soil, that's what's keeping me, the hippie side of me is keeping me kind of in organics, you know.
There-
Uh,
There's
I,
no
I took off into organics, but the microbes is kind of where I'm stuck at, man. It's been book after book after like fungus and microbes and shit like that. That's kind of got me fascinated.
Definitely, bro. It's as intimate as you can get with cannabis. It's when you get on such a crazy, like when you're in the rhizosphere and you're just like you're thinking of every, beneficial, and you guys are top dressing, doing all these things. And it's literally like, even though it seems like the most like hippie-ish way, like you said, it's actually like in essence the most scientific way to really be doing it. And it's the most intricate way. It's as like to the blank degree as you could get with dialing stuff, is what I attribute to like organics, like especially what like Smiley's doing with like where he's just, yeah, I don't mean this, but it's I think it's really cool. And I think that I would recommend everybody to grow that way, because it's what I'm looking to do in the future as soon as I get some time. It's like switching nutrients, right? You're like, well, shit, it's that whole same thing, the whole same old concept. But I'm definitely in the dinosaur age. But it's kind of what's weird about breeding. When you go to breed, the I don't want to say the style that you grow doesn't matter as much, but it matters less, because I'm not growing for flower in essence at this point. I mean, we grow flowers, don't get me wrong, but that's a different thing from what I'm doing now with the breeding application and mindset. Is I'm growing in essence to breed. So like, for me to go down a whole crazy organic road right now would be like, whew. But that's why I tell him, Smiley, he should just do it. And I told him that he should do it with the intention of just terp percents. But because I think he would be a great breeder. He's been in it for so long. And like, but I think everybody should breed, to be honest. I encourage it.
So I got a feeling that it isn't just A to I didn't mean this to say this to be either. A to B, when it's fucking when you're crossing shit, I guarantee there's a little bit more to it. So what is there a process to when you're putting together a strain or you're thinking about a cross, you know,
Most definitely. So it came through years of filtering these genetics, man, because I'm a huge seed junkie. And like, I've grown uh before I really started breeding and like growing how I am now. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it seem like that simplistic, but I mean, in essence, I mean, I had to change like my mindset of like how I'm growing now is more growing with the application of creating new things, not just the flower mindset. But so I will only breed with weed that I like to smoke. So it has to like, make the stable. I have lots of options and access to tons and tons of genetics. I'm so fortunate being in Michigan here. Like, at events like Gene Traders, like the cuts, the genetics that you can get around here are just amazing. I have access to it. But I really only breed with what I like to smoke. And now I'm starting to work a lot more of my own lines with like the vanilla kush cake. And I can start to delve into more of my own. But I'm going to continue to be a B seed. Like, I'm going to continue to find the dankest weed, not only just breed down my own path, because I wanna always just breed the dankest weed that I can, period. So whether it's mine or something that I find from somebody else or somewhere else, then that's what I'm gonna breed. I don't care where it comes from. I'm simply only trying to breed the best weed that I can, in essence, if that makes sense. So
makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. So, what is your favorite turn profile? What are some of the things that you enjoy?
so like, probably my everyday is probably like fermented like fruit, like so have you had like purple punch?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's kind of real like cereal, like Captain Crunch berry, right? So if you could imagine that with maybe like a bit of like a wine twist or something, like a fermented, like almost like that, is kind of like the rainbow terps that we're working with. Like uh so it's almost like a, I don't want to say wine because I don't really like wine, but in essence that's kind of what it reminds me of, like a fermented like tropical skittle, tropical Sprite, like with a little bit of that berry, kind of like the purple punch, but more like fermented in a way, if that makes sense. That's my personal favorite. Like especially when you can mix it in with some rosin of the same strain. It's my favorite way to smoke.
Definitely a good way. Definitely a good way. So, do you ever just rosin or warm up some of that rosin and throw it in the joint?
Most definitely, man. That's do you use a trim bin?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Prefer to wet trim if I can.
You can still use them, believe it or not, and they'll still collect keef even. Uh, but I do dry trim, but you can wet trim. I still recommend using them, or any type of a keef screen. But man, I'll take that keef and press that into rosin. And that's like my favorite thing, man. Like fresh like that. And then I love it. Like I don't like, I got some buddies that wash, and that's a lot of work to do all that. And they make some killer rosin and stuff, but man, just a little bit of little bubble or dry sift is like I'm in heaven, man, just to press that out. It's great.
It is a lot of work. That's why people. I make a lot of bubble hash. I I don't mind that bubble hash. I prefer it just the way it is. To be honest with you. I don't know, calm and crazy, and I'm not putting down anybody that presses the bubble into rosin into a finer state. But I as somebody that extracts it, I know the work that goes in it, and then to take it to that final phase to kind of something else. Like, man, so much work I got to get it today, and then take it to somebody else. I don't know. I've always thought, and again, we all evolve, opinions change. I've kicked myself in the ass and went back on things I've said a few times as I've evolved. But I don't know. I kind of figure if I'm gonna squish something, I just always pictured myself skipping my fucking all day work. You know what I mean? And pressing flour and getting as much of the oils and terps out of it, because when you do wash, you do lose a lot shitload of terps. That's why I can't understand, if I'm gonna make, why lose it to the water when you can squeeze it all out into, I don't press. I don't own a press. I've never fucked around with it. I could be talking right out of my ass right now because the shit I don't know. But that's when I think in my head.
The best hash I maybe ever smoked, I think I got in like 2017 at a cannabis cup. It wasn't even from a booth. It was just from some guy that was showing somebody at a booth, and I seen it, and I was like, "What's that?" It was like some bubble, and I was like, and I smelled it, dude, and it smelled so good. And I was like, "Can I buy some?" And he was like, "I don't really have a scale." And I was like, "Well, I happen to have one or a container." And then the guy at the booth had a scale right there, and I was like, boom. And dude, that there's, I think bubble, I think you're right, man. I think definitely if you can just get the right bubble, it might be the dankest way. I'm just a big fan of taking that and then, like, whether it's bubble or rosin or whatever, but try putting it right back to the same flower, man, and it really helps concentrate and just really up the experience. But I can do it with different strains, and it's just never the you don't get the same experiences when you put it back to the same flower. I don't know, it's something, it's my favorite way to smoke. I can't recommend it enough to people. But you know what I'm talking about. If you make some bubble, then I'm sure you're doing that.
yes, I can't find any flaws in that theory. Zip, zip. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way I use all my bubble too, man. I don't I don't smoke it in a pipe, to be honest with you. When I usually make it, some people I've got a little bit right here. What's left of the last run? It sits right here. Last time I washed, I've got a skull jar, and it was full of bubble hash chunks, and it just sat right here. And I just fucking sit here and just fucking throw it on everything. You're right. It adds so much more to it.
Do you
Appreciate the
have a
bubble
machine?
hash.
Do you have a machine, or do you use a hand paddle, or how do you do it?
Oh man, I do have a machine. I have an 8 gallon machine, and I just got a 20 gallon machine. And I have a stainless steel trash can with a stand with a paddle that I've tried that with. And I don't know. That's a lot of work. I prefer my machine. I prefer machine short washes. But yeah, I have that 20 gallon machine. I usually wash like pretty close to a 5 gallon bucket at a time in that 20 gallon machine. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty good runs. And I like to hoard. I sadly enough, I hoard. I give a lot of it away. I usually take the top crumb, the crumb, the shit I'm proud of. I give that shit away because I'm proud of that shit, and I don't mind smoking the mid-grade shit that I'm gonna throw in on every joint. To be honest with you, same thing goes with my flour. All them pretty tops and shit like that. Patience. That shit, them lowers right there. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna throw some hash in on it anyway.
Yep. Hell yeah, dude. Well, you got to take pride in what you do, though. What better way than to show it off, right? Most definitely. I think we all do that. Yeah, when I go to a show, I'm not bringing like the bottoms, bro. I'm bringing all like the most beautiful nugs. Most definitely. So, what's your favorite strain to grow right now?
Right now, I've got the primal things. I do appreciate all the primal stuff. Med growers, crosses, the smash cake, the garlic punch is really good. Uh, the primal punch version 2 is one of my more favorites. I appreciate the original primal punch, but I like the version 2 of primal punch too.
What is the
Uh,
primal punch?
yeah,
What cross is that?
that is skunk punch times gorilla glue.
Oh,
It's
that
primal
sounds
punch.
dank. That
It's
sounds
good.
super dank.
But in version 2, it had like it gave the gorilla. It had a version 1 had a nice gorilla glue structure that had a little bit of the punch to it, the skunk punch to it. And it made it like a nice fruity gorilla, basically. But in the second round, I had fucking straight banana turds. The ones I had, they were fucking big old buds, but they tasted. I mean, right from the bag, you go, oh my god, it smelled like fucking like baby banana food, basically. And you could smoke that shit, and it didn't fade all the way through. That was a good one. That's what I still hold a few packs of that back because I don't want to lose that. But all right now in the garden, because it's not in the garden right now, it's in other places. I'm really fond of Empire Breed Codes. I've got a few his strains, but out of what I've got of his, I'm most fond of the 6 shooter, uh, which is a bunch of his Face on Fire, Wi-Fi, OG. There's a bunch of shit. It's basically a lot of the hype into one strain there, but it's pretty fucking good. Uh,
I I think I seen that one. Empire puts out some fire, man. They put out some ridiculous stuff. Yeah.
I like Empire too because he was one of the pioneers of that, wasn't afraid to show when everybody was afraid to show. And
Yeah.
not only did he show, he taught. I
Right.
still use techniques that from type that I learned back then. You know what I mean? And, yeah, he was a good meat early on in the campus thing. But yeah, I got tons of respect for him too. Let's see here. I got so much shit going on. I got his barbecue grill version 2. What I'm most stoked about right now um, are the new things. I guess I haven't got to try yet, brother. To be honest with you, some
Yeah.
stuff I was gifted no less. Sometimes
Awesome.
fucking you don't even see some of the best things coming that are for free. Oh, I forgot White Feather Grove gave me Tiger King, which was another gift, which is like
Okay.
a pine berry. I threw it down just because it was Tiger King. I've never even watched the series, but the whole thing kind of makes me chuckle. So I threw down Tiger King, and it turned out to be super good. And things I'm really excited about. The again didn't see coming. Well, one was kind of a tragic way, and one was out of the blue. One is the DOA. We're working on me and Smiler putting together a cross for DOA with somebody that I met. We all met through the show. Fellow weed nerd, kind of pulled on everybody's heartstrings, and but he unfortunately passed this last year. You know, and, what game that fucker knew he was sick. We knew he was sick, but we never really knew to what degree, and it was kind of a shock when he went. So we decided to put together a dedication strain for him, and I've got half of that, uh, which is the Chilumbium from North Star Genetics. And I've been wanting some pine terps. And then here we go. I said before his passing early on in the game, I've been wanting to chase pines. I've been looking for the pines. I got Xmas in here as a male, and the flower, but I've got him in male in form that I'm really excited about because it's really pine, super pine. But the Chilumbium turned out to be that way too. And it's beastly and it's got a lot of earthly pine and like a pine tar kind of flavor to it both ways. And so I'm super excited about that. And another one I'm actually excited about that I haven't even got to try yet is I was showing it off last night. It's Board 13 from Alex Hardy. There was one episode of the show where things kind of got a little crazy. You'll never see it. That episode buried, buried that fucking episode. But Mr. Hardy fucking never let this issue go of a gift basket. It turned out to be kind of fucking a running joke for a long time from that episode. But so I scheduled him to come on the show, and he asked for my address, but I didn't see. He actually sent me a fucking. Long story short, he sent me a gift basket that showed up on my door the day of his episode. Perfect timing. Had this fucking beautiful clone in it, and some hash, some old school hash, and the board 13 is something he bred out. And this thing, I mean, it's in flower right now. He told me a couple of things. He's like, just the only thing I ask is just pass it out everywhere. Pass it out for free. That's all. I'm like, and he had this look. I'm like, so I asked him about the strain, And as he's telling me about it, we're both indulging on the psilocybin during this episode because I've seen his future cannabis episode. I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of vibe with this guy. I'm gonna take some mushrooms that night. And when I asked him about the strain, he actually kind of had this look to his face, and he, you're gonna love that strain. He just had this like it almost like you're gonna fucking hallucinate when you smoke that shit, kind of shit. And this thing just took off, and I defoliated. I did my normal technique. I defoliated her pretty heavy, week 3. She was stretching, and I thought she was gonna have little nugs, but then fucking it's blowing up, man. Off bottom to top, it's just huge and all nugs. And I don't know. It's just it, it's gonna be a sativa. It was a narrow leaf, obvious sativa plant, so it's gonna have that. That makes me even more so think it's got that. You're gonna fucking, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of excited to see how that one turns out. I don't know. That's one of the beauties, I guess, of growing this plant is throwing down them seeds and seeing what the fuck you're gonna get. You know, never know. You may get that one. Hopefully, you can get that one nobody else has got. Everybody likes to show up with that one nobody's got and shit. So that's what I'm excited about. Thank you for asking, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. Well, it's looking good. It looks healthy back there for sure.
Thank you. What are you what are you working on? What's in your garden currently?
So right now I'm working with one of my males, which is the platinum cake, like that diamond pheno. Are you familiar with that one? The
Yes.
one
Yes.
the Smiley does it justice in some photos. I posted them to my Instagram stuff too. He really killed it. But so that I took to platinum Cushman's male that I selected out of a few different ones, but it was such a beast and it was so dank. And both of them are from in-house, and so both of them have platinum. So I'm kind of bringing it back to platinum in essence. If we got two of the grandparents, or yeah, two of the grandparents are platinum, which I'm really high on that plant out of in-house's camp. I think it's so stable. It's just such a stable cultivar, and everything that I've grown from them that they've crossed with it has been super stable. Uh and so I've kind of used it somewhat as a breeding stock. So I crossed those two, and then it kind of has like have you smoked any of that platinum cake?
Uh, I believe I have. I can't remember. Smiley always sends me with a nice care
he's
package
got
every time.
he's got like 31 flavors, right? uh yeah, so it's got like a vanilla, like burnt rubber, like, but there's a hint of vanilla like cakiness to it. So I just called it vanilla kush cake. So and then I was just really high on it in the garden. It was super consistent. So I decided to just kind of take that and make that be like one of my breeding stocks, so I can take my males now and cross them up to. I'm working with a lot of my own stuff and other people's stuff. So uh, yeah, there's I think working on something like 15 different crosses right now. So to that vanilla kush cake. So it would be a while though before those will see the light of day though. So probably like 6 months at least, I think. Not the original vanilla kush cake, but the line that I'm working from that. So but I'm also back crossing it back to the diamond as well. That platinum cake pheno. So which is really that pheno, man, is the greatest cultivar that I've ever grown. And it's just it's a supreme cultivar. It's the most stable and just it bangs in every way. And it doesn't test super high for THC. It's below 26%. I mean, that's plenty high for me, but as far as today's standard, I guess that could be considered low. But between 22 and 26%. And all of its progeny is super stable. So everything that's come from it. So I wanted to go back to that and just keep reintroducing the stability of the platinum cultivar and and I might do that with some of the cheesequake crosses too. I got a butter cheese, which I really like, man. It's got a real nice, cushy, like cheesy, almost a Nisi, really dank terp profile to it. And I think, I don't know if that's one you've heard of, but that's the platinum dosi times cheesequake, which I'm really high on that cheesequake that as a cultivar too, man, from Subcool's camp. So I really love smoking that over the years. I've probably popped 4 or 5 packs over that over the years, and I've grown with it a lot. So I decided to finally just breed with it. And yeah, that's got some real nice different type of terps coming out of it. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. And then I've been working on like blowing glass and just trying to come up with the next little project. I think I'm just going to do some like heady little jars that kind of like money sacks or something, you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to keep thinking of like the next level for packaging. Like, what the hell can I put some seeds in next, you know?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Uh, I really do appreciate the fact that you're working with the cheesequake there. Of course, some cool, good friend of mine, and I wanted that cheesequake was one of my favorites too. I still hold a couple packs of it as well. It's one that I don't want to ever let go. You know, it's it's super tasty. I like that cheese taste myself. I'm a fan of cheeses myself. You know, you know, I actually wonder why, and I actually have, as I'm sitting here listening to you, it took me back to a long time when my favorite round of the cheesequake. I'm thinking, how come nobody runs Quasi Train anymore? I think I'm actually gonna drop some Crazy Train. Okay, that was another. I think it rivals the cheesequake, to be honest with you, the Quasi Train. Have you ever had that one yourself?
I haven't ran it, but I have a pack of it in my vault actually. So I was thinking about it. Uh, but we're running at my sister's, well, they should be. We popped some Chernobyl seeds, so we're trying to see what comes of that. So I'm not sure where they're at with them, but I know they popped some of them a while back. So I was hoping that something could come out of that. Because have you ever grown Chernobyl from that?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
That stuff's
I'm
out of this
actually
world, dang.
out of the 56 strains. It's 56 strains of the Subcool lineup and the testers all in through 56 of those strains. It's actually hold 60. Actually hold 60 strains of his right now.
That's
And my
sick,
kid.
man. I wish I had a bigger vault, but I popped most of the seeds I got from him over the years because they were just smaller packs, you know. But I specifically went to Cannabis Cup in 2017 to get Subcool's gear, I think. And I spent so much at that booth, and I was just because yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to go there. It's just easier. I wasn't familiar with the Instagram world, so ordering seeds for me was still like through attitude or something like that.
Yeah, I was actually the rep for Subcool here. 2017 now, Michigan.
Were you
I've
working?
put in my work. Yeah,
Were
I
you
was the
working the
rep
cup
here.
there?
Yeah.
Were you working the cup at that at the TGA booth?
Yeah, yeah, I've worked with.
All right, so dude, I think you checked me out. I think you asked me because Sub was about to be on video, right? And there was like two people there, and you were like, "You want to talk to Sub Cool?" And I was like, and I was just debating, and I was like, "Dude, this is probably once in a lifetime opportunity." But I was like, "Ah, what am I gonna say, dude?" And I just kind of chickened out, and I was just like, "Nah, that's all right," because he was like on video chat or whatever, dude. But and I thought you looked familiar too, but I'm about 99% certain we met at that Cannabis Cup then. I
Good
might have had a
chance, good
smaller beard.
chance.
Might have been about this
You
size,
look
dude.
familiar to me all night long, and so we've never met other than tonight, via this. But
Yeah,
I've been I'm like you, you look familiar. You look familiar to me from somehow, some way. That could be it, but I don't think so. I think I've met you somewhere else as well.
could very well be, man. You do you remember the charts that they had or the posters that they had for TGA, like uh that had every strain on it, you know? Like you know what I mean? That just those were the coolest things ever in the world, man. I was trying to check off so many, and man, I've grown a ton of TGA's gear. Marionberry Kush is probably one of the dankest weeds I've ever seen in my life. Like, but I can list a ton of the gear that I've grown from Subcool. I love a lot of it. Like I'm a super weed nerd too, man. I always have around 30 strains in my stable, and I it can be overwhelming. Like that's minimum, and then I pop like 30 more, and then it's always like survival of the fittest. But you know how it is. I'm a seed junkie for sure, and I love the different expressions, and especially all of the different expressions that came out of TGA's camp because they're just so fucking good, all of them. Dang.
Yeah, I mean, things are. I mean, yeah, I don't talk about sometimes, but I'm actually just getting back to where things are pre-sub stuff, kind of. Man, it shit shook me, man. Fucking when I found out he died, man. I actually called him several times that day. I called a bunch of people. I didn't want that shit to be true. Even after the fact, I kind of wanted to go with the like the Elvis stuff because even when he when I spoke with him, not public, obviously one on one. I didn't want him. I told him not to release his public name. I'm like, dude, at some point you may want to fucking live not a cannabis life, which I guess once you put weed nerd on your knuckles, it pretty much sealed the deal there. But I told him not to, go out and divulge his real name, but he did. And I always wanted to think, he did. He just kind of like Elvis says, but it sucked. Between his passing and the shit that was going on in my life, my garden took a fucking huge hit. At that point, right now I've got autograph posters, signed books of his, menus. And at the time, my fucking garden was all his genetics. And when he passed, I was like, man, fuck this. I was kind of like, I was ready to just step back, to be honest with you. And I don't know why, but yeah, garden just kind of just maintained for about a year or so.
Was it
And
hard for you, like emotionally growing his strains because he passed, you're saying?
all the above, man. Yeah. It just,
That's deep,
everything
bro.
reminded me of fucking, what was going on, his passing, man. I mean,
You think about the gravity of that, bro. Think about the gravity of like how big someone's life was that like to have as big of an impact on a community today for you and particularly like your garden like that for me like he was definitely like I looked up to him and watched all the videos and watched him and the weed nerd stuff and all that like I love TGA's gear like you grow it it looks like the damn pictures on the thing it's amazing you know what I mean and he was a cool guy and but the size of his soul man that's a special thing dude and I don't know. Maybe it's time to get some TGA gear going.
There is a minute that like I don't hear one of the songs and shit or hear his voice that I don't stop and I can't go. I miss you, fucker. Miss you, fucker. You know, it is cannabis is one of the reasons I got to meet some and be a friend. Well, initially friend, tester more to friend. You know, the tester led me to be a rep, but I was always a friend. And but cannabis brought us together. But once I met Sub, I knew him on a whole different level, man. I knew the off-air Sub was when we talked shit about our old ladies. Hopefully, that doesn't echo too far, but uh, life,
Wait, what
other
you broke
shit.
up? I didn't
So
hear
it,
shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
so
Yeah.
when he did pass, man, it was a double whammy because of what was currently going on in my life. You know, I kind of needed a friend with him in that avenue. You know what I mean? And then passing and then just sitting in a room full of his genetics and posters and fucking, yeah, it was a tough blow, man. It really was. I nearly gave it all up there for at least the growing aspect of it for a while, and then I don't know things. I don't know how it evolved into this. It's but don't give up, I guess. I don't give up. You know, it's been a good journey. It's been a good journey.
Yeah,
You
that's
wouldn't
cool.
want me to quit, I guess. Long story
No,
short.
hell no, no. And look, he bred strains like him and Miss Jill. Didn't they breed Friberry Cough for
Yeah.
uh yeah homie that passed right? So I don't know. It's just something kind of cool. Like I never even really thought about it till just right now was the fact that like after even I'll be gone, somebody might still be growing some weed that like I had a hand in creating. Like that's pretty fucking cool, actually. That's like
If
really
they're
cool if you
if
think
they're
about
anything like me, man, they'd be having the vials, still wearing the fucking
it.
vial or fucking
Oh, that's
little
crazy to
treasure
think about like
chest to
that.
be sitting on their grow room shelf and shit, man. That shit stays, man. Cool little stuff like that, man. People don't
Isn't
throw that shit out.
isn't that in like the smallest way though? Isn't that like proof of a soul? You know what I mean? Like just the fact, like if you look at like so we can look at soul as like the traditional sense of like, oh, it leaves your body, but you could also look at it like as you living on, even through like other people. So if you were to look at someone like Sub, you could say like he had a huge soul because he has such a huge impact on so many people, you know what I mean? So he'll always live on like through even just the ideas and the things through so many people or people like that. So in a sense, I think it's kind of like, maybe not in the most spiritual sense, but in a way, it's a proof of a soul or a proof of a way that you can exist after you die, and and at least the memory or the impact of other people.
Well, that's just it. You just fucking nailed it. You just yeah, that's kind of the Buddhist organic store opening there. Yep, that's with you. Uh, you can't take none of this monetary bullshit. You know what I mean? With you, even when you stack it up now, it doesn't. You know, Does it make you feel good? Does it make others feel good? What do you think that's gonna people remember? The fact that you had a bunch of shit? Think people are gonna remember that? Fuck no. No way you're gonna remember you had a bunch of shit. You turn around, take all that stuff and do something, good things for other people, help other people. People remember that. That's people. If you enrich other people's lives, that's a legacy that lives on. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
you enrich other people's lives, yes, you have
it's
to. You have to give your energy out. You're definitely on the right track, bro. You're definitely on the right track.
man, it's so easy too to just be positive to people, like, but we all have shit days, but it's easy to just be positive to people and try to be a good, happy influence and just try to be positive. I guess that's something we all kind of forget too, because now I'm saying it, I feel like I kind of forget that philosophy every day of my life. But a little kindness goes a long ways, and especially when we've been so blessed to be in these opportunities to be where we're at. The difference between us and like some of our brothers behind bars, or just could be a coin toss or a roll of the dice, you know what I mean? So we're super blessed and fortunate to be where we're at, so we got to spread that love as much as possible, man.
It's fucking great attitude, man.
That's what I kind of like about being able to put my art out there, because it literally, like, art is something, and yeah, it's subjective, but it's also like it just shows, like, I don't know. I like the breeding aspect. Like, I like that, and I like the idea of it and all of it. But I love the idea of bringing art to something where there wasn't, and hopefully, at least, in my experience, I always get like plain little jars, like, but see, I only have vision in one eye, so man, where I'm super happy to see, like, every day, all the time, everywhere I go, like I have color, like you can see, like, I graffiti my walls and stuff. Like, I just I where I see plain things, like I just want to put color, and that's kind of why I got the whole concept of even doing this. I was like, we could bedazzle this, so to speak, or whatever, like jazz it up a little bit. But I'm all about kind of going like, kind of full tilt, like in that regard, as far as like putting color on things where there's not. But I fancy myself a novice artist, I suppose.
I think it's fair to say in breeding, you're putting together an art. You're putting together art as well. You know what I mean? You've put together a blank canvas. You threw a couple things together. You know what I mean? What comes out of it is definitely art. And I don't know how many times I've been in the garden and seen fucking. I do it. I do it all the time. See something, I'm like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Those are the ones you post. You're like, holy fuck, man. There's definitely a lot of art into the plant. So I think it's fair to say you're producing art there as well that lives on.
Yeah,
It's a
it's hard for me to
something that
take credit.
everybody
Hard for
it,
me to
it
take
is
credit
though.
for that. Yeah, because that's the plant, but the plant's so amazing to me. But yeah, thank you, though. But it's art grown it, isn't it? There's an art in that, and how you grow, like, and the whole philosophy and concept, like the art of growing is definitely like something in itself, man. Like the way you can become one in Zen with the plant, like, uh there's nothing like it, man. Like where you're at right now is, probably your happiest place, I imagine.
I spend a lot of time here, that's for sure. That's for sure.
It's probably your
Uh,
zen. It's where you're home. You know what I mean? Like where you grow and where you sow your seeds and stuff like that. Like there's just something special about that, man. I think, anyways. I love a garden, and there's something symbiotic and zen about it. No matter how you grow, just when you grow, it's like there's something amazing to it. When you grow organic, there's a whole nother level of some zen. Probably when you guys get in balance, you probably feel the same vibrations. You be getting in tune with them plants, boy.
It's a good description of Zen. I believe is a good experience for the garden because it is a Zen-like experience. You know, it makes you be in the moment, which is basically a Zen experience. You know, when you enter the room, you may enter the room with 100 things on your mind. You may have a little chip on the shoulder, whatever. Run to your grow room, go to your grow room, start looking at them girls, and they force you to be in the moment. It's not, you know what I mean? Just look at me,
Yes.
pull it. It isn't a couple plucked leaves, you know what I mean? Oh, and then you're there, you know what I mean? And yeah, I do enjoy my time in the garden at that time. But it's actually very accurate description.
Especially when you've grown for a while and you've gotten to experience like the fruits of your labor, and you're kind of like in your track with them, and you're almost so symbiotic with those plants, you know, like when you grow them from seed, or you clone them, or no matter what, you take them when they're this small and you grow them up, and you put love and care into them, and they give it back to you. And uh plants will show you like love is probably the number one ingredient they need, because my wife grows way better weed than me, because she just loves every single one. I'll be like, don't worry about that branch. It's no big deal. She'll be like, no, no, she'll fix it up. You know what I mean? Like, so she's a amazing. So, love is such a key ingredient. But, you know, I was growing, and then I lost my job in like 2013. But because I was growing legally as a caregiver, I think it was legal then, right? Yeah. And, um, yeah, like it really, like it safety netted me, man. And it literally like caught me and was like, was like, listen, we're cool, everything's okay. Like, and without that safety net, I probably would have never been able to go on this adventure off onto my own and commit to it full time. If the universe wouldn't have aligned, and that wouldn't have happened. But for me to have that type of bond with cannabis in general, it's just like, I think that everybody could and should have that. And I think that everybody that grows like their own herb is the best herb you'll ever smoke, will be what you grow, regardless of what strain or whatever. But once you put your love and you get that back, man, there's nothing like it. I recommend it to everybody.
I
Highly.
do too. Too. Well, and I guarantee, well, I don't guarantee, but
I
I
will.
really believe that when and I've said this quite a bit, man, once you start cultivating this plant, no matter what your bond was with it before, now like I said, I've went through different routes with it. So weed, it's fed me, I love weed, I've smoked it in every form, been there for a long time. But when I started growing it, which back then, I'll be the first to admit, wasn't for medical reasons. It was straight out because I was tired of paying for good weed. I had stopped because of kids. You know, love my kids. I'd do anything for my kids. Gave up the hustle. You know, occasionally we'll put together the 3/4 and score a free one. You know what I mean? I ain't stupid. I know how to put some stuff together, but the major hustle was down. I
Yeah.
smoke more than a quarter a week. It's more than an ounce. So no matter how many, I don't have time to make them routes. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
still costing. I just scored a free one every so often. But it got, and again, got tired of smoking the mids, ended up getting into the better weed. And so at first opportunity, first chance I got, sneak a clone from that cat, it was game on. You know, I fucking I wasn't paying for it anymore. So it was a money reason why I started growing. But and I think a lot of this goes for almost everybody across the board. Once you start growing, cultivating that plant, it's a whole fucking different thing, man. It changes the way you feel about the plant. I mean, that's why I ultimately I said this a little bunch of times too. I think it starts cultivating you. I really do, man. It starts drawing the shitty out of you. It makes you fucking start seeking to be a better person. I mean, it does it all subliminally. It's never like, oh, now I'm going to start growing weed. Now I'm a better person. No, it's working in the garden, them Zen moments, you know what I mean? Kind of contemplating life and why you're in the garden and making some better decisions because you're not out fucking partying or drinking and shit.
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
a lot better. You know, this plant has enriched my life since I've started growing. I've seen the power of it since I started growing. Changed my whole attitude
And
with it.
and then when
It's that, I mean, you're a long time cannabis. You've been around it a long time too. Is that when it kind of changed that for you as well?
that's when I really like realized, yeah, the power of it. And that's when really like it made me realize that it was bigger than just the plant though. It was more or less like in a way God trying to take care of me. Uh like by giving me that and that opportunity, and it's so enticing. Like weed is, it smells good, it tastes good, like it's such a, why is it so amazing in every aspect? It's gotta be like, it's gotta be like Earth's lure to fucking, like you said, calm us out. And then once it sets like us up, like it set you up, then look, we look out and try to help our other people. Like once we stabilize ourselves, at least that's, what I'm trying to do, and what I feel like almost everybody I see in the cannabis community is doing or trying to do, that's doing it right, is they get their feet stable and then they look out and they start helping the people next to them. And okay, how can I help you? Okay, what do you need? And then, and surprisingly, like we can all kind of like, like make financial gains on it. And like it's my only vice, so it's the only thing I spend money on, but it's the only thing I make money on. So it's kind of crazy. It's a whole economy of itself. And uh, I'd rather trade weed for most shit anyway. But most definitely, that was when that happened, was when I realized it was so much more than just a plant or like it a drug. Because it, to me, it's not a drug. I know people like to use that term. I prefer to say that if something is beneficial for you, then it's a medicine, and if it's detrimental, then it's a drug. And I don't think that I can tell you what's beneficial for you and detrimental for you. And I don't think that you can tell me what's beneficial for me and what's detrimental for me. I think a drug truly is such a personal thing, but cannabis has always been a medicine to me. But I also experience pain in my eye. I have something, I have pressure that builds up from when I had my accident when I was 1 year old. So I get something similar in my right eye that's to glaucoma, but so I get like high pressure that builds up similar to a headache. And I can take lots of things, but I just prefer to take cannabis because it helps relieve it. And it's the least of all the evils, if you will, as far as society is concerned, so to speak. And as far as I'm concerned, like I would just rather smoke than take any other type of thing personally. So
That's a fucking terrible pain. Eye pain is by far, I think. I've had a lot of fucking injuries, but eye pain is the worst. Is the worst pain. In my opinion. Out of all, I actually have had from contacts, which I said I'd never wear again, which I've got in. Uh, growing up, I guess I used to fucking back in the day, again before kids, crazy ass partier. I'd had my times, man. I'd party for a few days straight, and there'd be times where, unfortunately, I'd wear my contacts for a few days straight. You know what I mean? Fall out, not be home. Oh fuck! I ain't got my contact thing. End up sleeping in my fucking contacts for whatever reason, and developed an eye infection in this eye more than once. Iritis is what they call it, and that's when the muscles of the eye just shut down. And that shit, man, every time I had that shit, it was like every time I get light hit it, it was like if somebody just took a dagger and stabbed you right through the eye, and you could feel it right through the back of your brain. It actually just felt like somebody was stabbing your brain.
Ah,
So
yeah, that's what's
I feel
weird.
for you, brother.
That's what's weird about it is it's literally like in your brain. You can't separate the difference because it's like right there. But after a while though, it just gets dull, so to speak. So, but that sounds gnarly, bro. I gotta
I
stop sleeping in
didn't.
my contact.
Oh, do you wearing it now? Oh man, that was yeah. I I went for a long spree of my life, man, because I wore them early on through my partying phase, and once I had two bouts with that from fucking around with my dirty contacts, not washing them, not being good with them at all, and the second bout was of it, and it was like I would lose vision in that eye, and I'd have to put drops in it, 5 different types of drops every hour on the hour, numb it, fucking it, whole shot, and it would come back. Even to this day, I go to the eye doctor, and they're like, "What the? Oh man, you got a lot of damage to that eye." I didn't wear contacts. I toughed it out with glasses. There's so many pictures of me with fucking I hate with fucking glasses. I almost talked about one of them last night. I'm glad I didn't say. But fuck, I wore glasses for a long, long, long time until I was like, fuck it, I'm older now. I think I can manage washing my contacts and fucking manage to, I'm not drinking anymore. I think I could be a big boy about the contacts. But that was only like fucking 2 years ago, to be honest with you. I'm 49. That was fucking 2 years ago where I was like, okay, I think I could do this again. Up until then, I was fucking, yeah, that shit scared the fuck out of me, man. I was like, never again. I even not so long ago, and Cat was telling me about his contacts. He's got tattoo chair. I wear them all the time, man. You were talking about like the daily wears. You can wear them things for fucking months, man. You ain't gotta fucking, go get new ones. I've been wearing these for 3 months. I'm like, dude, you obviously fuck that shit, man. Next time I see him, he must have asked his eye doctor because next time I see him, he had glasses on. I'm like,
That's funny. See, everybody needs a one eye friend just to be like, don't do that. What are you doing? No, my ophthalmologist, she yells at me. She's like, you can't do that. But I get the disposable ones and then I put them in. And then when yeah, I just wear them until they fall out or whatever. It might be a couple of days, but they're disposable. So whatever. Yeah. I couldn't wear a one day for 3 months. That dude's crazy. It sounds like my grandma used to wash paper plates.
uh, that's trying to stretch a buck too far. He lost it.
Yeah, don't play with your vision, man. Uh, all right. So, what are you working on right now that you're most excited about in your life, like overall, whether it's cannabis or what? Or what are you most excited about right now in your life?
That's the um, It's still cannabis, to be honest with
No,
you.
that's cool. Like a particular strain or something, you're just like, even if it's for tomorrow.
No, it's this. It's this, to be
Yeah,
honest with you. What we're doing right now, this show, uh, this is what I'm most passionate about right now.
that's cool,
Uh,
man. It's awesome, man. I got
this,
to check a few out. I love it. It's cool. You and Smiley are working on a breeding project, though. Is that what you were saying? You guys are doing something for uh in memory for someone?
DOA, DOA, yeah. He's got one half of the strain, and I've got one half of the strain, and we've not figured out who's gonna where the breeding aspect. I'm actually trying to get it both ways. I'm trying to get him to send me his mail, and I want to send mine over there. But he's figured there's too many variations because we're just going to give whatever out to the community. Whoever wants to grow, the DOA strain. This is,
Yeah, that's cool. No, I was gonna say, let me know if you guys want some help with the packaging. I'll make some jars or something for it. Just for just
so,
to just to do it. You know what I mean? Just to throw in there for memory of your guys' homie. Like, yeah, I'd love to if unless Smiley got something in plan already, he might. But yeah, just throwing it out there. Let me know if you guys need like 50 jars or something or 100 or something. Let me know. Make
it'd be
something cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
We still got a long way to go. We still got pheno selection, all that good
Yeah.
shit.
Well, yeah, that's how like a lot of things can start though. Like you're saying, is give out freebies. Um
I actually, well, the thought of it originally before DOA had passed because we did. I gave away, I think it was like 150 some packs of Jelly Bean, Agent Orange, and Sangria for like a grow along in memory of some basically. Man, he gave away so many seeds, and that's what he wanted to do. And so we dropped the drop date was his birthday. We did a show on his birthday. That was the drop date, and kind of did a grow along. But after that, I wanted to kind of work with the community in some other way. So the idea was we were talking about before his passing, uh, working in a strain, working the strain with the community, putting something together, making it available to the community. Maybe everybody kind of do a pheno hunt or whatever. That's kind of what I'd like to see this happen. You know what I mean? That's kind of what reason why I kind of would like Smiley to take half of the mail here, the Chumbleland that I got, and I'll take his Jack Skellington. Then we can work round two, you know what I mean? We could release, that, and then we could rework work the strain further along, further down the line, you know what I mean? And same thing every time, every tightening of the strain, free. Just pass it out. You know what I mean? Get with whoever gets that gem cut, maybe nice enough to flip it back for us to work on again, tighten it up a little bit more, give it out. That would be cool. That's what I would like to see something like that. That was the initial idea. Miranda Family Farms in
that's
chat was
cool.
nice enough. He was the one that actually I spoke of the nice gifts you never see coming. He was the one that was nice enough to provide both strains. He sent over to here you guys go. You guys need get it going. So shout out to him.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. I like that. I like that. See, isn't that's I guess when you asked me what really got me into breeding, that's probably what did the most was just the idea, like the excitement and the passion of being able to see what would come out of just combining two things. You know what I mean? Like I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. That's gonna be cool, man.
Either way, it's that's what I think too. It was funny, almost fate, if you will. I thought almost his way of guiding things. You know what I mean? I think life has life works in like crazy ways. It really does. You
Yeah,
know?
it's
What
crazy. Crazy how the universe funnels people together, isn't it? Kind of like just the way it always connects. I don't know, you with the right people at the right time somehow.
I've never said this publicly, and I've never even said it aloud. To be honest with you, I didn't. I did. I think he stepped in a little bit on this thing as well, help guide things. Because, like I said, I've been. I don't think it's no coincidence that Pine Strain ended up here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
See, like there was plenty of times where throughout my dealings with DOA, and I'm still quite like this a lot. I've lightened up a little bit because of DOA. Life got a few things I carry around, so I have handled people through life. Not to say sorry before they're passed, but DOA through my dealings with him, there was multiple times where he offered to send something. And I would say no, DOA. Thank you. I appreciate the offer. Right before he passed, he offered to send me a pipe. And I said, again, DOA, I really appreciate it. Use that for something else, man. Buy yourself, something. Get yourself a light. You need, brother. You don't need nothing. And then he passed. And I kind of think that the way the pine showed up, I think that was his little way of going, here's what you've been wanting. You know what I mean? I think it was his hand kind of going, there you go, that's what you want. You know? I don't when it landed and I actually looked into it because he talked about the strain many times, but he never really talked about it being like a piney strain. I looked at it, I was like, I honestly looked at it, I thought, you fucker. You finally slipped one in on me. You finally slipped one in on me. You know what I mean? I think life works crazy ways. But,
it's,
I never
it's
said that, but that's the way every time I think about the Joel meal, I still think you fucking snuck it in on me,
yeah, man. It's a little too coincidental, isn't it? That's wow, that's wild, man. Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe in coincidences like that. I feel like everything happens for a reason. I suppose it's whatever you take out of it, but even the shit things, even if you're at your lowest, then the reason can be that, whenever you're not at that lowest, that you're not there, even if it's just that. Even if you just take, oh, well, at least I'm not that shitty anymore out of it. But I believe all the good things definitely happen for a reason too. And yeah, it's amazing like all the people that come together through this community, man. It's, it's awesome.
that's why I'm proud of what this thing I'm doing. And I don't even say that as a joke. I've done a lot of things I'm proud of. I'm proud of, my three beautiful girls, that's for sure. But, we talk about, something that, that will be, you know, this is what I'm proud of, man. This is what I kind of hope at some point I even told that to my daughter, I love growing everything else. I've always had like everybody else has that dream of that monster grow and this and that. But I was like, I think this is the path I was set to take. You know what I mean? I think, you know what I mean? And again, there's been times ups and downs with this and back February, I had like a crazy, like, I don't know, I kind of like hit bottom again, kind of with being public and on, all that. And it was funny because it was a February when Seb died. And I just actually thought about that. But, I called out 1,000 episodes when I started this. And then there was like February, I was like, man, I don't know, fuck this shit. I was depleted. I don't know, man. And then it was like, one of them things, man. It isn't until you hit bottom and, there's like nothing left. You know what I mean? Everything else, you look around, it's like, oh. And then, it was, yeah, it's this. It's this, man. What are you going to be passionate about from here on out? How are you going to fill your soul? This. And it was weird, is because, like, when it's too long a story, but I started seeing like spirit numbers a long time ago that coincided with a hero dose of suicide. Seen them ever since then. I started following the numbers. For a while, I seen them, and it was like, wow, you know what I mean? And then I started following the numbers, kind of looking into what they mean every time I see them and all that. And good things started happening. The show, all throughout the process, numbers, 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 numbers. Attitude started going south, numbers stopped. Got a little dark. My attitude, it's tough to do. Had that, it was just so many things kind of crashed at once, made me just really bound me up, man. And then I decided that I was going to take this all in. Told myself, all in. I don't give a fuck where it takes me. All in. Numbers came back. And I kind of went, huh. And the more I thought back to myself, all in numbers. So I think what I'm most proud about, what I'm most passionate about again, is this right here, man. I couldn't be more proud of anything I've ever done in my life. To sit here and show people that there's fucking amazing people like yourself out there. People give me shit sometimes because I don't talk about a lot of shit, man. I said be quiet. I don't talk about myself. I don't talk about my girl. They'd probably learn more about me tonight with the little bits of you picked out of me than they have me divulging shit about myself. But it's this, man, showing people that there's these fucking amazing people in the commanders community that are passionate about what they do, and this whole thing. That's that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I'm proud about right now. And there's so many good people like yourselves, man. 431 episodes like tonight, man.
That's
I
awesome.
thought, man, in the beginning, am I gonna fucking run out of people? But no, somehow, some way, they just keep coming. You know what I mean? You know, I don't. They just. I don't even know how I get great people like yourself. It's just I figure it's fate, man. Like I said before, I didn't know you up until tonight, man. We never crossed paths, but it's a dice I roll every night.
Yeah.
Some folks I do know and admire, and I get up here and show. There's some people that I see on Instagram. There's that odd chance that I could get, some terrible person one night. You know what I mean? But that hasn't happened, man. They just fucking keep coming, man. And that's what I am proud of to show. There's fucking so many awesome people in these games.
Well, we appreciate you having it, man. But you kind of gotta have something to say, I guess, to come on here, don't you? Like, so you gotta kind of believe in something, I suppose. But I definitely believe in this whole community, but also just what, like, the whole reversal of the whole like war on drug mindset is what I'm truly passionate about. And I love the idea of decriminalizing nature, and I hope that is hopefully coming to Grand Rapids and hopefully Michigan and then hopefully federally eventually. But I believe that no nature should be criminalized. It doesn't make any sense. We should decriminalize nature. You know, if they want to have their war on drugs or whatever, then let it be on processed things, and leave things that come from earth that we can grow, that, you know, could accidentally grow in your yard. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. What if a senator grows weed in his yard on accident or something? Like, should he be arrested, or mushrooms or whatever the fuck? Like, it's just the dumbest thing. So I look forward to all of this just to keep pushing the mindset and the boundaries of like, what really are we doing? Like, my best friend's locked up in Idaho right now over dumb as shit, but ultimately resorts to weed. You know, he got busted with it a decent amount, you know, quite a long time ago, but he got 12 years in prison over weed. And I think it's ridiculous. And so I think we need to keep educating and keep pushing and keep not being okay with people that are locked up while there's like stores like Apple dispensaries that you can go to, that, you know, like, it's crazy to even fathom to me, you know. So I think that we got to just keep pushing that agenda too, and make sure that we never settle. And that's kind of why I was saying that thing about the breeder beef and all that shit, because I feel like we still have a lot to do in this community. Like, we need to come together and make sure that there's still people locked up, and that's kind of fucked up. You know, I'm out here breathing free and easy and enjoying all of this, while there's still people that were the same as you and I that just had the shitty circumstances of getting hemmed up. And that's not right. I don't feel like, you know, that shit should change. But I guess how can we change it but keep pushing our agenda, and I guess keep doing things like this, like being outspoken, I suppose.
So, uh, besides, you know, growing the plant there, you extracts is a thing you enjoy doing as well.
What's that? What is?
You enjoy making some extracts as well. I kind of
Yeah. Yeah, I've been extracting for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy especially extracting Smiley's day. But yeah, I love seeing what'll come from it, because it's so crazy to see the expressions of cannabis in every regard. When you can watch it from in watch it from every like state, you know, it's just cool to see. But yeah, so we're in process of getting a micro license, which will include all of that. So that would be kind of cool. So, you know, that's kind of a cool thing. But, you know, I still think we need to keep the caregiver thing around and stuff. But I think that if they get rid of that, it would be ridiculous. But
I hope you do hit the fucking micro. I think that's the yeah. That's a nice medium. That's you
yeah,
know being able to in-house everything kind of eliminates some steps and be able to have that storefront where you could have the DAP bar and still be able to sell your products. Pretty awesome. Well,
so
and another thing I thought was, last I knew anyway, they were trying to make it to where the micro could still go to like these events. Before it was like you had to be brick and mortar. You know what I mean? You had to fucking wherever. But they've since put in there to where now the micro can just pull a permit in a town. Like say festival comes, they just whatever
Yeah.
town it's in, you pull a permit, you can vendor there, which I think would be fucking hell. That's that's cool by me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I wonder how easy it is to get a permit and stuff. Makes me wonder. But I would probably do it like mostly for the just for the plant count and legality and to be able to extract and not have to sweat it. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of crazy. Like, where do you draw the line? You're a caregiver, like you start extracting, even making bubble or doing stuff. Like if you get uh any police officer or someone that doesn't truly know the laws or technicalities of it all, they can just hem you up, So I kind of just think of it as like a almost like an insurance card. So that's mostly why I'm trying to get it. I don't know if I would do like the storefront thing. I'm probably gonna just continue to keep breeding because it's what I'm the most passionate about. Uh, and obviously growing herb and stuff goes hand in hand with that. But I'm gonna continue to partner up with my buddy, and then once he gets his big facility going, then that will just be more of my genetics being able to ran and me still being able to somewhat be small craft, but be able to be tested. You know what I mean? And have like more of like a stable testing regiment, so to speak. But so yeah, but I'm gonna continue to breed, I think. But it'd be nice to be able to have 150 plants to work with, once I got some property and stuff, and hopefully some greenhouses and stuff, and definitely gonna set up a glass studio. Look at it, I got one set up in my garage right now. It's getting a little crowded, so the next spot I'm gonna have maybe a little shack for that. But have you ever blown glass or checked it out at all?
I've watched it be done once or twice, but I haven't done it myself, man. I have a lot of respect for that art as well. There's a lot that goes into that shit, man. Like it's an art form all in itself. So
It's a crazy medium. It's crazy because it's like liquid and you can do so much stuff with it. I'm by all means a novice still. I would consider myself, but I'm super passionate about it. And I just one day just wanted to take some classes, so I just took some and I just fell in love with it and I just kept doing it and then now I just have a setup here and it's pretty much like so I just been growing and pretty much messing around with glass, but there's a zen to it also, very much like the growing aspect. And if you ever get the opportunity, I highly recommend it, dude. Even if you take a class, it's really cool. It's such a fun thing and cool, really cool to check out. But if you ever get a chance, you should check it out.
it's funny. Between the two, it sounds like it helps keep you in that same place. You got the guard, you got the glass blowing there.
Yeah, it's work, but it's cool work. you know? Yeah. You should, if we get to do what we want in life, dude, aren't we like, I couldn't be any like happier, right? Like what would you rather do? I can't think of one thing I would rather do. If I did, I would go do it. But this is what I want to do. It's the coolest shit to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. 100% agree. The one thing I think is I like about the idea of the micro grow as a kid because things have changed so many times here in Michigan. Of course, we were all able to deal with the provisioning centers and take our overages in. I think we all had the hopes and the aspirations of taking our brand somewhere. You know what I mean? Building a brand, taking it somewhere. And then since they've made it so hard on us now to be in the market at all, uh, it's kind of like the micro is the only way, even if they do kind of let us deal with the provisioning centers like they have in the past, as of late, like it has to be, I,
Yeah,
it has to be. There's a middleman,
yeah,
basically. You know
yeah.
what I mean? And I'm afraid that all of us as caregivers are going to lose our brand through the middleman. He's just going to gobble it up, smack his sticker right over top of ours, and then who the fuck are we other than the farmers at that point? I think the micro is the only way to sustain any kind of brand. I mean, if you're really looking to build a brand in the cannabis community, unless you're going full tilt into the big grow, the micro is the only way that to sustain and build the brand. I think.
Well, and that's what's complicating with the threat of like the looming of taking caregivers away, because like then there's like for anyone like me or anyone that just like you that just has their home thing, it like only being able to grow 12 plants so severely limits you. It's the dumbest law ever. Like how why would you would never limit people that grow corn to a certain amount of plants, right? Like you would just limit it to like area, like hey, you guys can't grow more than 200 fucking square feet of weed. Like it would make so much more sense for them just to do it by like square footage or but to do a plant count is so ridiculous, dude. It doesn't make any sense, and then they hem you up like it's just such a weird messed up thing, but that's the biggest reason that I would look at the micro grow is because it would give me the biggest opportunity to really be able to do what I want to do. And if the state of Michigan was smart, they would look at people like pioneers like me and you and be like, we should get these people growing and doing these things and being able to access it legally somehow, just because it's more money in their pocket. They just need to make it easier for us to get into it. But they just don't have it yet. But hopefully they get there. We're quite a few years behind, but we'll see. At least we can do what we do, right? Like can't
And I
complain.
don't know how it act if they switch it over to square foot on us like that, man. I'd be so leery. It'd be like the same thing. It'd be like walking on new ice, man, for me. The first year or two, I'd be thinking it was too good to be true. Just like the whole legalization when it was marijuana here in Michigan with the misspelling.
Yeah,
I shit you not. I got my license every year, but I was like, oh, this is a fucking loophole. This is a
yeah.
loophole. This is stupid. It's not even spelled right. They're gonna be like, you stupid stoners. I can't even believe you fell for it. What about you know what I mean? Even though I was all completely legal, I was waiting for the loophole come crashing in and shit. But I think
I
that's
was
where I'd be with the sudden switch of the plant count there. I'd be like, I want to empty this case, but I think it's too good to be true. I gotta wait a year or two.
I was so nervous to get medical, man. It was just like you're on the list. Back there, it was such a different thing though, because it seemed like a scam the government would have done. You know what I'm saying?
Uh, I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait. Yeah, I thought I would be. The way I'd seen it, buddy. I thought honestly, I was like, I'm already on a list. I'm probably already on a list. Fuck it, might as well make it legal. Fuck
See,
it.
I wasn't yet, so I was like, I don't want to be on that list. But then, yeah, it just made sense. My dad was actually my first patient. He just went and got it. Was like, here. He's like, I just gonna put you as my caregiver, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, that was awesome. And then yeah, I went down right after they did it. It didn't take me long, just because yeah, I felt the same. I was like, you know what? Like, it's just too much of a get out of jail free card when you're driving around and all that. Cause it's crazy to think how quick it went wreck. Do you remember like when it went medical, how awesome it was to have your card? Like, and just to think like Boom, get out jail free. Now anybody can do it.
I
Evolution,
almost
man.
wore it around like a fucking backstage pass for like the
Mhm.
first year, man. Every dispo that I passed, man, I'd be like, "Ah, yes, the magic words. This is my first time here.
Medical. I'm medical.
Here's your t-shirt, your free
Yeah.
pre-roll.
Damn, dude. I would
Fuck
always
it.
get like the free dollar grinder and like the cheap bowl. I never got a free pre. They'd be like, you get one on your birthday. It's always a month away.
I was, yeah, I was too proud to get it, honestly.
You know, the
I,
dispensary is so expensive, but I kind of love going there just because it's just, I don't know, it's just nice to be able to order weed like that. And
first time I remember swiping a credit card or a debit card, both actually, at some point. I can do this? What do you mean? Wait a minute. All I gotta do,
that's funny. Oh,
it
shit.
was like it was like because I've always been that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The give me the ounce, you know what I mean? I get that free one. Same thing. Fuck, how much for the case? Fuck,
yeah.
I want 10, give
Let
me
me
give
get
me
the
the case price.
discount, bulk
That,
discount.
that same thing at the dispos way back when and shit. I'd be like, fucking, how much for the ounce? Fuck buying the gram. How much? How much for? How much for the zip? Just give me the zip. And that
300
was the first zip
$80.
I remember. It was well 250 is what I paid that time.
That's
I
not
was like,
bad. That's
I
not
could do this. I was my first fucking ounce and shit. I was gonna fucking swipe that card for. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's gonna come up as fucking such and such. And I'm like, oh no shit. Swipe. Give me that zip.
just pay for weed with credit, bro.
This is too good to be true, right?
I don't even know if I'm going to pay this bill. So this is basically free weed.
Yeah, the golden ages in the beginning there. Miss those days, the backpack days.
Yeah. See, yeah, I like the variety. I just don't like the price. But what do? You got to pay to play. But see, I love because I don't know. I can't just buy an ounce because I want to try 12 different kinds. So I'll be like, let me get 1 gram of each. So it's like $15 or something. So I'm like, but then if I don't like it either, I just, because what happens if you buy a whole ounce and you don't like it? Then you're just like, shit.
But yeah, I think you know that answer. You part that off to a few of your friends and you get another one.
That's exactly right. But you're still like shit. But then what happens when you only buy 1 gram and then it's really good? Then you're like, fuck, and you don't have no more. So huh. Well, see, in Grand Rapids, we don't have them quite yet, like readily available, but I imagine there will be one close by me eventually. So it'd be nice one day to go and yeah, just have a local neighborhood legal weed dispo. Crazy to think about.
Before I come up here, I was like, my backpack days were in the Flint area, man. Where fucking shit. Uh, at one point, it was like Door Highway was like hookers and dispensaries. Okay, that's all Door Highway was, man.
It's
You
like
could load up on with your overages. I shit you not. I fucking you could start at one end and like hit just zigzag all the way down until the backpack was empty. There was so many of them. I mean, even to this day, Flint still has pretty good amount of dispos. Even the ones, some of them went, wreck or fully legal.
So wait,
And
Eagle, what you're saying the best way to sell weed is out of a backpack to hookers?
no,
Wait, what?
no, I said that's all. No,
Hold on.
dude.
Wait, what?
There's just a coincidence. That's all Thor Highway was. No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, no,
I mean, I like your
no.
business concept. It wasn't a bad idea. I was like, okay, maybe he's onto something here, you know. Oh shit.
That's no. There was just so many. That's all. Yeah, that's funny. No, you've got to chat fucking rolling.
If I was a woman of the night, I would smoke weed probably. But it's not a bad business model. We should take this to the next CanaCon, dude. Set up a booth. Just oh shit. Right.
I'm sure it'd be a pretty busy booth.
Just be like, just buy our
No,
business model. Well, I don't know what we have to sell, but
no. That was just a coincidence that they were both on the same road. At the back, no, I was saying at the backpack. That's the only way you could get rid of your overages back then. And that's the way you could do it, though. I swear, though, you could start at one end of town, and by the other end of town, you could usually empty out the backpack through the dispensaries. And you could also actually work east to west. There's, the crossroads of
yeah,
Flint there, but
yeah.
usually north to south. It's
Can't we can't do that anymore though, right? It's not they don't it's just they can't take anything else. Not from metric, right? No.
no, yeah, just the metric. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a bummer.
yeah, they
That
just
that would really help.
didn't they finally like switch that over just recently? Like they had a like moratorium or like they were like, oh, we don't really care, but now they're like, nope, has to be legit, right? I try to not pay too much attention to all that bullshit because it just gives me a headache, you know. But it's hard because you got to somewhat. But it's like, man, do you think they're gonna get rid of the caregiver system?
So I hope not. So many people can help themselves and help others without having, it is a medicine. If they want to make it wreck, that's fine. But if they want to keep the medical system, they should be able to keep the caregivers. We should be
Yeah,
able to, help. It shouldn't be even you go medical now. I mean, sure you get a bit of a discount for your meds, but they're still outrageously priced. And it ain't the amounts that if you're truly using it for a medicine that you need. You know what I mean? If it's actually a medicine and you go into a dispensary, it will rival, in my opinion, pharmaceutical medicine at some point. I'm sure it's going to be somewhat cheaper, but I mean, you're making RSO and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Buying it over the counter like that, it's gonna be
yeah,
tough. It's gonna be tough. Fuck, I give away a lot of my meds. You know what I mean? That fucking patients first. You know what I mean? That's the
yeah,
reason why we're able to do this. And then there's, you know what I mean? Patients first, though. They should, you know what I mean? They shouldn't have to out of pocket a lot for to live. That's the way that, the whole monetary thing. It's kind of fucked up. The whole dollar system. And again, I got nothing against money or nothing, but the master plan, the creator, spirit, whatever, whoever set us all on this crazy journey, I don't think that it was us slaving over shit that we hate to fucking do to be able to sleep with a roof over our head or put money or fucking food in our mouths. I don't think that was the intention at all. I think that's kind of what's got the whole fucking thing fucked up right now is greed,
Yeah.
that whole bullshit. You know, unfortunately, money makes the world go round. You gotta have it, but man, is it the right way, man? No. How many people that we know that you were just talking about how blessed we are to live the life that we do. How many people that go to work and fucking hate what they do for 8 to 10 hours a day? That was not the creator's vision for you to be miserable. you know,
Yeah.
the majority of your days. Fuck that shit. It's
Yeah. It's kind of hard to find that balance, isn't it? But yeah, it's crazy though, because how could we live the same life like without people doing like shit jobs? Like we had to have people like fucking shoveling coal, so to speak, don't we? Like to keep the lights on and it's crazy balance of things and but there's got to be a better like standard of living, right? Like, like a basic just
but I think it's to be honest with you. All right, this is another thing I've learned in the last
yeah.
year. It is I've always believed frequency's got some shit to do with it, but the love, the vibration that we put out, that's the ultimate way we're supposed to be living life. Like you mentioned the coal and shit. What do we use coal for? Power. You know what I mean? It's things that we came about and used, but it's sold in it's sold. It's sold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tesla tried to give us free energy and shit like that.
Yeah.
There is ways that we can do without the coal. We could use coal for fucking fires and shit, but we don't need coal for fucking power and shit. You know what I mean? The technology it's being held back by the greed of the dollar and shit. That technology is out there right now. You put out 0 point energy, you don't have to have the guy digging coal unless that guy wants to dig coal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you think it's
I
out there
think
though? Because it seems like today, with today's standard, like nowadays, like with the internet and all that, like it seems like if someone were to be creating it, like it would be hard to be qualmed by like a big brother, so to speak, or something. Like I'm not saying that's what happened with Tesla. I think Tesla was just probably before his, or probably it was like too early for he should have been born 100 years later or something. And then he probably would have came up with some crazy shit because it's definitely possible. Because it seems like every little uh, molecule, if you would, so to speak, or every space would have the possibility for infinite energy. Somehow, whether it be atomic or whatever, there's got to be the opportunity for energy in every space, right? So it seems like there could be some crazy like uh energy, but we don't know how to harness it right now. But I know that, you know, I'm not saying that we couldn't as like a people, but I just don't think there's enough incentive with the way that the money is set up now to get away from oil. I don't think because we're excuse me, too deeply rooted in petroleum products and stuff. But it'd be nice to get away from, and hopefully that's the future is the efficiency and all that, right?
I think that's a lot to do with why, again, it is out there. You know, I, there's so many people that, so philosophy, religions, we're living in, there's multiple times, we're living in our past, present, and future all in one, you know what I mean? It's multi dimensions, a lot of theories out there. I think we're just kind of caught in one that's we're in a bad vibration and we're not going to unlock the rest of it until we fix ourselves and realize that we are a small piece, and we see our problem is we think we run everything here. We think we're top dog. You know what I mean? We're not everything. We're a fucking small, arrogant, egotistical piece of what happens here on Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the plants, I mean, everything else works in symbiosis.
Right.
We fight and fucking
Yeah.
have greed and shit like that. We get rid of the greed and live more in a fucking take care of each other love vibe. I think the rest of it will unlock. Our vibration as a whole will unlock the next level. We're not issued free point energy, zero energy like that, because somebody's gonna snag that shit and try to make money off it. It is until we go, this is for us all. You know what I mean? We're working off each other's ideas for the greater good instead of, I
Yeah.
think it's out there. I just don't think we're ready for it.
Yeah.
That's for
Maybe we're, yeah, and maybe, yeah, maybe we're not evolved enough to make it yet, or, but that's a good point, man. I kind of have this theory, which I wasn't sure if I was going to bring it up tonight or not, but I have this theory in general that, like, if humanity were to quit, like, condoning murder, and like even in our society, like, not to knock anybody that's in the military or whatever, because it's very honorable and I understand all that, but as if you were to step back and look at us as a whole, you would look at us as a society that condones murder. Like, we have a military, we go to other countries, and we do things. And I'm not saying that I'm for or against that. Like, I understand there's a need for it and all that, but I think if we as a whole of humanity were to condemn murder as a whole, and I'm not saying like get rid of all your firearms or this or that, but if there was just no acceptable way for murder to happen, that I think we could evolve as a species and then start to focus on all these things, like I think we could potentially cure cancer. Like, could you imagine if all of these people in the world that are focusing on like all of these things that are like self-defense, like start focusing on the medical field, or like, instead of us thinking about how to defend ourselves against each other, if we were to just focus on sustainability and how we could all coexist and stuff. I think that, and in a society that condones murder, I don't think that we could ever truly be evolved.
point. Good point. I
No,
can't.
that's a
I
touchy
always.
subject.
It's not though, man. It's not, though. I
Yeah.
honestly think I bring it right back to cannabis again, man. Right back to
Yeah.
cannabis and mushrooms, man. I honestly don't think it's any coincidence that these things are being pushed to the forefront. As I mean, okay, this is another example I can say as far as like another vibration or another realm. Okay, you've heard of like say the Akashic records. Everything's in there. Everything we've ever done, everything, all that. Well, I believe that's out there, and I think that's pretty much our next level. We haven't graduated there, and I think that's where the 0 point energy, that where everything's free, we've eliminated everything else. We've got it right. We haven't reached that vibration yet, but I do believe that, like, say through DMT, psilocybin, and stuff like that, what we're learning through that, how to change our minds, and it's changing. It's helping people. A lot of people medically, through PTSD and whatnot. But it's unlocking a lot of mindset. You know what I mean? So you've got cannabis coming through, and as we've talked about, it's helping people in a lot of ways. It's enriching those who cultivate it. In a lot of ways, it takes you down that organic road. Once you open that organic road, It's funny, we talk about that too. You take much better of the plant than you will yourself until you open that organics door. Then you light hits and you go, well, shit, I can make better food for myself, and my plants. And then you open that sustainability avenue. You know what I mean? It's teaching us medicine, herbal medicines, and more of our relationship with the plant. And then it's kind of walking us coincidentally again down the microbes, the fungus aspect of it. Now we've got the mushrooms ultimately working with all the plants who, you know what I mean? They
Yeah,
are crazy how the microbes interact with the plants, awesome that. But then again, it's
yeah,
unlocking our minds as well. I mean, every time you take a mushroom experience, it does it unlocks your mind a little bit, makes you think about things a little differently, and ultimately humbles you each and every time. But there's also the experiences through DMT where it completely unlocks your mind and you're able to kind of, those who are brave enough to seek that knowledge on the, you know what I mean, unlock the mind. I think it's there. I think once we've all reached that level, again, I think the plants, the mushrooms are here to teach us all that shit. I think they're being pushed to the forefront. No coincidence. They take us, they'll walk us to the next step. Be honest with you. Open our minds up, show us how to fucking interact just like the plants do. And, they're here to teach us, to take us to the next step. I really believe that on a lot of levels. But you can, though. I, you know, once you unlock that mind, your heart, the free energy, all that shit's there. We've done a minute through that Akashic record. It's there. It's real. People talk about it all the time. I mean, we live the life right now. How many things do you fucking do right now that you've never studied, you've never even fucking thought about learning, but you can do it and you're fucking good at it? How many things you just set out? I'm gonna try this today, and you're like, fucking wow, that was too fucking easy. You know what I mean? Somehow, some way, you knew how to do that. You're already accessing it to a point, but I think
yeah,
it's only holding us back to our greater good. You know what I mean? If
yeah,
they ain't gonna give you the keys if they know you're gonna be an asshole, you know what I mean? They're only gonna, as you get a better and more enlightened as a person, does that door become more and more open to you because you're using it wisely and shit. And it's not until humanity as a whole can use that shit wisely that it'll completely open up. Crazy hippie dreams, maybe.
yeah. Have you taken DMT?
I haven't. I haven't.
You
That's
haven't?
another thing too. I've talked about the DMT, that experience and being able to, I'd love to. I'd like to see, you know, I've had a few experiences with the mushroom, the hero dose I talked about, man. I've only had that one time, and that shit unlocked a lot, man. A lot.
They're
I can't imagine
they're very
being able to
similar.
go
They're
that
very
next step.
similar even from a molecular compound. They're both very similar. They're both tryptamines. Um, if you take a heroic dose of mushrooms, you most definitely can experience something similar to DMT. It's it's a little different in my experience, though. It was more like with DMT is like you're going somewhere else, whereas with mushrooms, it was more like I was bringing that type of environment here, if that makes sense. Uh, Ultimately, it's very ineffable. It's very hard to put words to because it's not a realm of what you communicate with words, but uh, DMT is definitely something that I recommend everybody try that has an interest in in seeing a different dimension. It's very similar to a heroic dose of mushrooms, though, or can be. It's a little different in feeling, but the visuals are very similar.
See, you know that, you know. And I think it's through, I really believe it's somewhat of the drug, but I believe it's doing something to your brain to where it's almost a dream state, or it's unlocked or changed your frequency to allow that you in on that state temporarily. As the vibration changes and the door closes, I don't think it's just the drug itself. I've talked about that. That's again, I've never done it, but looking from the outside, uh, who's to say that, we look at somebody on TFT and you could very much so look at them to be insane, crazy for a few minutes. Why would you want to do that? I mean, you're completely out of your fucking mind. But it's to the person, they've seen something that's completely changed their mind and whatever. But it's through that vibration. So I've compared that kind of to somebody that we would say insane almost, or even schizophrenic. I think they operate on different vibrations, different people, different vibrations. You know what I mean? And like that person that you would see on the street talking to themselves or whatever, who's to say they're not, just because we don't see and understand what's going on in their heads, their mind, people, whatever, who's to say that the frequency isn't just black and white, scrambled, you know what I mean? A channel that isn't finely tuned. They're half one leg in this dimension, half one leg in the other dimension. But because we can't wrap our minds around that, they need help. They're not right. You know what I mean? Who's to say that what they experience isn't a full-time dose of DMT? You know what I mean?
That could totally be. That could totally be. When you think about it, everything is ultimately a vibration. When you think of any type of matter, meaning anything, you have to think of like photons bouncing off of it. Because without light, there's nothing, right? And what is light but a resonance, a vibration? That's how we measure it, right? We measure it down to the nanometer, uh, to the tiniest little color, the tiniest spectrum, but ultimately it's just a frequency, it's a vibration, and maybe an interruption of matter. But everything definitely has a resonance. And yeah, DMT is something else because it's something that it it defies like what you know. So that's why everybody says it changes them, because there's nothing anyways that I've ever experienced like it. It can be life altering and life changing because of such a grand ego death that it can give you, and the fact that you can return in 10 minutes later with lived potentially a whole nother life of time. And it's so ineffable, it's so hard to even explain. And then when you think about the fact that it came from a bark of a root that you extract with lye and water and a solvent, and that's it. It's just the simplest things. We're just separating an alkaloid from a simple root bark of a tree. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about, there's a reason that earth is trying to show us these visions and trying to show us these things so that we know that we need to be sustainable with it, or else we're not going to live or last. 99.9% of all species that have ever lived are extinct or some shit. You think about that, dude. Humans aren't that special. There's no guarantee that we're going to live forever if we don't wisen up and get with a fucking program and just deplete our resources and all this shit. Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen today or tomorrow, but we got to start thinking of in in terms of sustainability and long-term shit. Otherwise we wouldn't be very uh sophisticated.
Terence McKenna says that that's the difference between us and nature. Nature thinks in the long term.
Yes, I love McKenna, man. He's great. But yeah, man, I highly recommend you check it out though if you get the opportunity. Like I think everybody should experience the depths of their own mind in whatever aspect they want to. Uh, People call it mind altering substances, but if your mind is always the same, then what are you doing? Like, what does that get you? Like, if you want to grow, you have to alter your state. You have to experience new things. If you stay in one static state, you're never going to grow. Uh, have you ever do you listen to or have you ever heard of Paul Stamets? Yeah, yeah,
Sure.
he's a great like him. I really love his philosophy and Joe Dispenza. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I was listening to his book today,
Man, those two guys,
just
I tell you, I love
just
them.
so he won't call me a bullshitter. And I'm not bullshitting. I'll pull up the Audible because I don't want to be that guy.
No,
You know
I
what I mean?
believe you, dude. I'm
Right
glad.
there.
No, that's oh hell yeah. No, that's the one my wife bought for me. I haven't read it yet, but I got that
One of
one.
my
That's cool.
favorite things is cannabis and philosophy. Off camera, working in the garden,
Yes,
smoking joints, some fucking
yes,
philosophy in the airfold. Oh man, it's better than coffee. It's fucking better
yeah,
than coffee.
most definitely, man. I love all that stuff, like Alan Watts and all that type of stuff, right? It's all so good to listen to. But Paul Stamets might be the smartest dude that's ever lived. He literally, I can't say enough good things about that dude. If anybody has never listened to him, I highly recommend giving him any of his. He has a solution for every problem that we have with mushrooms. He has a type of fungus for every problem, like biodiesel contaminated soil. Man, he developed uh, this mic this I don't know if I should call it a mushroom or a fungus or this, I don't know, this mycology, basically, mycelium, I suppose, that eats the toxic sludge and leaves nothing but fresh fucking soil. Like, I don't know. He's doing big things and I highly recommend him. And then the way he thinks about consciousness too is something else. He's really, really, really a highly intelligent person that is enrooted. I don't want to say all of his intelligence in fungus, but uh, there's so much knowledge to be had, I think, from fungus that we haven't even tapped the surface of. But I believe fungus is like, in particular, psilocybin mushrooms. I believe that's for our mind, in essence, the way that cannabis is for your body. Like, if you want to heal your mind, man, you got to try to shut down your default mode network, right? And try to rewire some shit. And there's no better way, in my opinion, to do that than when you're experience psilocybin mushrooms. It promotes neurogenesis and neuroplasticity. So it promotes the reformation of your neural pathways, and it promotes the new growth of neurons and brain cells. And it's not just with psilocybin mushrooms either. There's so many funguses that are showing so much neurological benefits that it's insane. But it's something that we all really need to be paying attention to, because there's some great stuff happening, like Alzheimer's stuff, PTSD, all these things that we really need to be paying attention to, I think.
And we could talk all day. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's
As
cool,
I,
brother.
and,
Yeah, I got to pee
yeah.
really bad. And that maybe is that a good end, do you think, right there? Or what you
Well,
think, brother?
if you want it to be, man, I'm just saying, man,
Yeah,
because I'm the fucking organics, man. Once that I've made it to fungus, man, and I'm
yeah,
right there with you, man. They're fucking everything. They're everything, dude. I
yeah,
think you know that. I mean,
totally.
the plants are communicating through them. through the
Most
soil.
definitely.
Yeah, I mean, they're badass. I mean, fungus
It's
can break into a rock. I mean, a hyphy can punch its way into a fucking stone. I mean, that's pretty badass in itself. But then, be the backbone of fucking nature pretty much, and then have its possibilities. I mean, medicines, all the shit that you're talking about, and then some. I mean,
yeah. And the way it bridges the gap from us to plants, in ways where it's working symbiotically in the rhizosphere. But most definitely, man, it's so cool. It's cool to think about all the ways we can manipulate it. But I heard it was something like 30% of all of our soil on Earth is fungal mass, like mycelium and mycorrhizae and stuff. So that's kind of special, right? That's crazy to think about. Well, I'm
but
down to.
if you want to wrap this up, we can, man. I'd love to have you back at any point. Well, that's part of the deal too, man. Now that you've come did this, you got an open invitation to come hang out anytime you want. I mean, I'd love to do another one-on-one with you because I think we could have some awesome conversation. We have a lot of similarities about the way we think, some of the things we enjoy. I think that we'd have a good, friendly conversation all about life in general. But every night there is the wormhole. I don't know if you've caught on to that. The guest doesn't take me all the way to the 420 mark. There is the wormhole. So
What's happening?
now they, yeah, that's so anytime that you want to jump in now, anytime you see a wormhole, you have an open invitation. It's the same Zoom link, whatever. You want to come on, tell us about what you're working on. You want to come on, hang out, whatever. If it says wormhole, you got an open invitation. So anytime you
Oh,
want to
okay.
come take me up on that, you're
So
more than welcome.
you go till 420. You're saying.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have to go for till 420 if you don't want to, but I usually do. I mean,
Yeah.
when we talk about putting things in, and I've done this every night. Well, most nights from 11:30 to 4:20 every night. So you talk about doing something with a little bit of passion.
I love that, dude. Well, I don't know if I'll last that long just because I don't can't remember the last time I stayed up that late. But I'm on.
Oh, I
I
you don't have to, man. I mean, you already said you had to use the bathroom. It's a long stretch, man. It's a long stretch to go.
yeah,
But
that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I think
if you want it,
I'm gonna dip out tonight and then I'm gonna come back and we could definitely do another one-on-one, or I'll be down to come on sometime with Mikey too, or yeah, Smiley or whoever, man. But yeah, I
yeah,
have to.
at any time. Anytime it says wormhole, you get a notification that says wormhole on the end. That's a free for all. That's open to any of the past guests. It's at this point, it's pretty much it could be a 431 combination at any one point. So conspiracy, mushrooms, cannabis, we talk
Well,
about it all in the wormhole.
I mean,
There's no,
if I can go pee, dude, I could just come back too. That's no big deal.
yeah,
Yeah,
either or.
yeah. All right, I'll just be right back.
Okay, I'll talk to Chad. What's up, guys? Mr. Smiley, Ted's Test, Mr. Robert, motherfucking Green Fingers, Thomas, Cass, Smiley's Gardens, Captain 420, Bill Sid. How you guys doing? What are you guys smoking on? Australian says French. I don't know how that. I blocked it. I don't know how one keeps getting back. Crazy. What are you guys smoking on? Hopefully, you guys are enjoying this episode. Just the beach, cheers. We all flowers in the house. Astro Charlie, I need to put you on the list, Astro. Time to catch the folks that ain't on there. If you want on the list, better say hi. I don't know you there unless you make yourself know. That's the way I look at that. Cheers, Astro Charlie, now on the list. Hopefully, you guys had a great Thursday.
All right.
There you go. That was easy enough.
Yeah, no big deal. I can go for a little while longer here, no problem. You said conspiracy mushrooms, some shit I love to talk or hear about, so or whatever. So I'm in, man.
That's every night in the wormhole, man. It's we have some good times in the wormhole. We've had some good fucking times. But yeah, man, it's awesome. You want to do the wormhole? You want to jump in the wormhole? You want to make this
Oh, sure, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine with me.
right?
You want to open it up for other people, you mean? Yeah, that's fine.
No, I mean, I'm asking you, my friend.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm totally cut. Like, I'm down for whatever, man. This is your show, brother. You do whatever
This
you
is
want,
your
man.
show.
Wait, it
This is
is?
your episode.
No, that's cool. If somebody wanted to jump in, I'm totally down with that. That's fine with me. Or whatever. If you have any questions or whatever, man, I'm down for whatever, bro. I'm just glad to be
Well,
socializing. I'm usually sitting here in the lab alone, just grinding. So this is fun. This is cool for me. I appreciate you having me on.
like I was saying, you're welcome anytime you want to come on now. Uh, I've had a good time, man. I enjoyed talking with you. So let's talk about ABCs real quick. Let's tell where can they all find the gear? What's available?
So we're on Neptune. Let me think of that. Damn, you put me on the spot here. Can I pull up the list real quick? I'm sorry.
Hell yeah, you can.
All right. I mean, it's getting pretty big, I suppose. But see, it's kind of cool because you work with one and they end up putting they do their little networking with each other, so it work out pretty good. But then you end up not knowing what all seed banks you're in. You're like, oh yeah, that one too. Yeah. All right, so we're in Neptune, Turpy, Top Notch, Sapphire, Toker's Dream, Platinum Seed Bank, Pheno Hut, Chai Life, Insane, Grow Zone Hydroponics, Irvine Seeds. They have our mailer packs, so like they don't come in the treasure chest; they just come in like a little envelope. And then MMJ Glass Pro and Seed Seller. Uh, but I know that's like a huge list, but we don't drop a ton of gear to each one. So we're not like the biggest strain I have was like 200 packs total. So, we're not dropping like thousands of packs or anything like some of these guys, which is great, but we're a smaller outfit. That's all. But we're in a lot. But like I say, it's because they network too, which is cool because, yeah, it's just nice how that works. But yeah, and if you jump right on our website too, it will just say like right away where to purchase seeds. And it's actually something I'm really proud of. It came out super clean and nice. And if you haven't checked it out, you should check it out. It's pretty nice. It's got some photos on there, pictures of all our genetics. It has information about all the lineage and yeah, just it has some information about us and stuff as well. So yeah, and we just dropped Breath Stank today. So that just came out. Yeah, it dropped on Neptune, and I don't think all the banks picked that strain up because a couple of them were having issues with their Instagrams and with their websites because their payment things keep getting shut down because people, I don't know, because it's so fucking weird because places like PayPal or Cash App or whatever, like they'll hem you up if you're selling seeds. Just crazy because they don't contain any THC. So in essence, like people are getting in trouble for like genetic information. The potential for THC is why people are getting in trouble. It's fucked up. It's crazy to me. How can you get, and then it's legal like in the states you're in, but then federally it's just a whole mess. We're not the United States and nothing right now, you know what I mean? When our biggest fucking industry isn't even federally legal. That makes zero sense. Or soon to be biggest industry. I don't know if it's our biggest industry, but shit. This is our largest growing industry, I mean. That's 100% for sure.
They want you to talk about breast steak. Is that what it is? Or
Yeah.
steak breast?
No, steak meth is somebody else's strain. So that's what I named it originally, and then I realized somebody else's. Well, I did like a whole Instagram like vote for like there was like 5 or 6 different names, and that it just I like to name my strains so they're super easy so you know what it is. Like, what's breath steak, you ask? Peanut butter breath times Stankosaurus. Breath stank. Fucking, I I do it for my memory almost as much and just try to keep it super nice and easy and clean and just like, what's that? Cushion cake. Okay, cushion cake. Vanilla, add some shit. Just try to keep it as simple as possible with naming stuff. Except for Cowboy Yeti. That one's a little different.
I'm just amazed by this fucking. It's one. I'm not even gonna say because I'm kind of
Uh,
promoting. There's like a bot in chat, man, that is like undestructible, man. I've hit it, all the bots keep timing it out, hitting it until it comes right back. I don't even know how it comes, how it's coming back. Man,
Sorry. But yeah, I think what it might start coming down to as far as like being able to even promote for your strains or whatever as a company, you're gonna have to just start doing other graphic designs. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to promote pictures of flower anymore. I might take all my pictures of flower off of my main page on my Instagram and start like another because we keep getting like threatened to be shut down and taken down and stuff, and it just causes a huge problem for your business when they just shut you down. Like they shut us down last month, right the day of a drop. And I don't know if it's people, everybody say it's just haters or whatever, but I would like to think that that's not the case, but I don't know why it's happening. But either way, it doesn't make any sense though, right? It's kind of a weird thing.
this thing is just amazing how, I mean, I don't even know how this thing, I can't even stop this bot in chat.
All right.
So, let's see, y'all. What's up and coming in the for things to be released?
Hmm, that's a good question. Um, Just 1 second. All right, sorry, I don't want to mess it up though. But so I think the next one I might do will be either the Cowboy Yeti or the Vanilla Kush Cake. Just because I really want to put out a nice stable cultivar, maybe with the Vanilla Kush Cake that just everybody can grow and just get bangers of, because every pheno of it is just, well, hold on a second. Sorry, but yeah, every one is just super chunky. Like, they're all super frosty, but they're all super nice and big and just like chunky hand grenades. So, and it kind of looks a lot like the Platinum Cake, but it kind of has like a nice Kush mint taste to it. So I think I'm going to drop this one next because it's really doing well. And I think I'm going to throw that one out there. But I was debating on that one or the Cowboy Yeti, which is, that's a Grease Monkey and Platinum Cake, the Diamond Cut. So, and that I named after my buddy that's still in fucking jail over weed because his name's Cowboy. And yeah, and I didn't know what to name it. So, wait, I'm sorry, that one's Mr. Nasty and Platinum Cake, which is GMO times Grease Monkey. Sorry, I knew it had Grease Monkey in it, but yeah, that one I didn't know how to name them. I was like Mr. Nasty, Platinum Cake, and I was just like, this one's too complicated. So I just threw a curveball with the Cowboy Yeti. But other than that one, I normally like to just name them like regular. But
So I can't help but notice what's on the elbow there. What's on the elbow?
the elbow, this, sorry. That's so. This is part of a drawing, and this one is also, and so is this. This is all my wife's drawings. And I got a fox too right here. She did, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, this whole sleeve is all drawings that my wife did. That she's like making like a coloring book. But yeah, is that what you asked? I'm sorry. Was what was on the elbow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty fresh too, man. Yeah. So it's like a compass and like it was in one of her drawings she did that's pretty intricate. It has like a moon phase on it, but I just took like the center compass. Well, actually, I just went to my best friend and he's my tattoo artist. I gave him all these drawings and I was like, just make me a sleeve of these, place it however you want. So he took that center section and put it right there. And yeah, so it's like my wife's art, and then my best friend gets to design it and tattoo it on me. So it's really cool. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I see. Do you have a flower of life? I think I seen, or some sacred geometry. Yeah, that's sick, bro. Oh yeah,
I
that's
actually have the reason
Metatron
I
too.
have I seen yours there that's really similar as well. And I think it's funny. It's kind of similar. A little
Yeah, the
weird.
flower of life. You
A
have
little weird, to be honest with you. I have
yeah.
your elbow tattoo on my shoulder. A similar version thereof.
See, that's awesome, dude. I
See,
love it.
well, I'm working on a Buddha. See the Buddha right there. He's gonna actually encompass the
Oh, that's
flower of
cool.
life, and He's gonna. Oh, there's a Hamza there too. He's gonna kind of come right
Oh
around
hell
the
yeah.
Hamza, and then there's an Ankh. But up here is uh, oh, son of a bitch! I just burned myself in my joint. You're basically your compass and I,
Oh hell yeah. That's cool, man. I love it. Oh yeah. That's sick.
and that's kind of weird. No, I mean, kind of. I don't. I was sitting there. I watched. I seen that elbow come up a few times. I'm like,
Yeah.
how the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. And then I see the flower there. I'm like, wow, there's a couple of similarities there. It looks like they're at the same arm too. Pretty coincidental. Pretty coincidental.
Yeah, I
I
love
love my.
I can't take
Go
credit
ahead.
for I didn't draw or even, but my wife did. So she did a great job. And then yeah, there's some cactus right here too. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I love
You
tattoos.
have some ink? Oh, do you? I see you got a little bit on the other arm, man.
Yeah, this is it's all it's a full half sleeve of Galaxy. So this is like the Carina Nebula, and then I have what's called the Bleeding Heart Nebula up here, and then this is the Crab Nebula right here. So yeah,
That's
and
badass.
I don't know what I'm gonna do right here, but this took like twice as long as all of this because it was so dense, like dark and just the nebula. But yeah, it's my buddy Gareth at Sovereign Arms Tattoo in Grand Rapids, Michigan, bro. He's such a G. But I'm pretty sure that it's impossible to get on his list because he only books 3 months out, and I think he's 3 months out. So, so but everybody at his shop is really good, but they all do great work. But Gareth he's an amazing artist. I've known him my whole life, man. Well, since fifth grade, he's been my best friend, and he's an amazing artist. But yeah, I love tattoos, man. Is that Metatron's cube on your right arm?
Yeah, yep, yep.
Yeah, I love sacred geometry, man. That's cool. Yeah, it's cool just to
Buddhists
get.
are few Buddhists. They're pieces from different religions. Points I've kind of taken from different paths.
Yeah,
I love my ink, man. I'm actually covered, well, from hips down to my toes, both legs.
I don't have any on my
Really
legs yet, but yeah,
working my way up the sides. I'm still working on the Shiva that comes up this side, kind of sitting on my hip and
Whew.
coming up. Yeah, coming. We're up as far as to where I'm coming into the armpit and towards the nipple. So I'm kind of waiting until I'm in a bad place to go into the
Woo.
extreme zones. Yeah.
I don't drink, but that sounds like a double shot of Grey Goose type of tattoo.
Oh no, that's an RS. I tell you what, man, RSO and tattoos.
Yeah.
You serious, man. I mean, even I took a small one the other day, and he was like leery at the elbow. I'm like, fuck it, get in there, get
Yeah.
in there. Yeah. Same thing with the feet, man. I took a couple tablets of the RSO when I had my feet done, and I didn't feel a fucking thing. I actually like live streamed while it was happening and shit, and fucking. I think it even I even believe in my in my soul that it helps with the heal, speeds up the heal as well.
Yeah. Was it so? Is it full spectrum then? Is it alcohol extraction you're or like
Yeah,
a yeah, so like a true RSO. So it's full spectrum, man. So yeah, there's CBD, everything in there. Cannabinoids are great for our body, you know. They just do amazing things. Like CBD bonds to us on on a cellular level, you know, like promotes homeostasis. CBD is awesome. I love it. But the way that it works synergistically with all the other cannabinoids is something else too. Like we make a tincture with delta 8, delta 9, and a full spectrum CBD extract, and then I just put it in like the two uh smallest MCTs or whatever, the capric and caprylic uh acids or whatever. Uh but the smallest multi-chain triglycerides or whatever, I forget what they're called, but it's like the expensive coconut oil. But I use that stuff and just put those three in it, man. And like I give it to a lot of people with like cancer and stuff, and those three, the combination of those three, I think the delta 8, the delta 9, and then that full spectrum CBD, which has the whole hemp, it's a hemp extract, so it has like terpenes and all that. But so in essence, it's like just a full spectrum tincture with a high dose of uh, delta 9 and then delta 8 in CBD. Like it's like 100 milligrams per milliliter or whatever. So it's really high dose, but it's shown like good results for people. And like, yeah, man, it's working well. It's helping a couple people with like some Crohn's issues and stuff too, but taking it sublingually, like through that tincture, I think is helping people with digestive issues. But you can't say enough good things about the endocannabinoid system and like being able to use it for your own health, right? Like dialing it in.
Somebody that we're just getting started to. And I know it's not the end all be all, but man, it sure can help a lot of shit.
We put terpenes in it too, like just because why not, right? Does it work? I don't know. I'll say it does. It works for me. you know, as far as the entourage effect, I don't know, but why not throw some terps in there just to see, right?
Oh, hell yeah, why not? I
Yeah.
think you're 100% right. I mean, they do. I mean, essential oils is a huge market. What is essential oils? Basically,
Mhm.
terps.
Yeah.
You know, they unlock, make us feel different ways. So why not add them back in? I can see that being a good thing. That's the way I've always choose my cannabis. Yeah, with you. Those numbers out front, it's like I don't give a shit. Like kind of what you were saying earlier. That they could say 100% THC. I wouldn't want that. Would make me want to buy it any more than running my nose over the jar and going, "Oh, that one." That's how I like to buy my cannabis. My senses tell me what's right for me. Most of the
hmm
time, they're never wrong.
No, no, super high THC cannabis, in my experience, could just be a little harsher, but the same as putting hash in with your weed. You know what I mean? When you just get higher, certain things like it doesn't have that smooth balance, you know? Like, yeah. Probably the mildest or mellowest smokes are probably lower THC, to be honest. Like, you know, everybody's done a dab. It's not great on your lungs. I feel like you got kicked by a horse.
But usually when the stuff that's more THC usually takes me more badly in one direction. You know what I mean? Usually gives me anything over like 30, 35. That shit gives me anxiety most of the time anymore. Just takes me off in one direction. It doesn't, put me in a good place. It's too much of one thing. I think.
So somebody came up to me at a show. I forget. I think it was at a casino or something. But and so they're telling me like, well, what strains of mine are good for anxiety? And I said, well, I said it really depends. And I said, and she said on what? And I said, well, what kind of music do you listen to? And I was like, all my strains are good for anxiety if you just listen to reggae music. It just I was like, she's like, well, what if I get paranoid? I'm like, just don't smoke so much and just play some reggae music. I'm like, just take one hit at a time. You know what I mean? If but I was like, realistically, girl, I'm like, it's really what you're in the mood for. Uh okay, for the indica and sativa debate, right? Like, have you smoked Gorilla Glue? Right? I feel like everybody in Michigan at this point probably has. It's super dank, right? But it has quite the punch. But it's a sativa, quote unquote, dominant hybrid, but it kicks like an indica, like as it's just high THC and it's strong. And so I'm like, for me to tell you like this is going to be this way because it's like this, I'm like, realistically, I'm like, every pheno you pop could be different. And I'm like, it's all about your mood and your vibe. And if you feel like you get paranoid with some weed, then just grow a different kind. I don't know what to say. I was like, I told her to play some reggae. I was like, just play some reggae music because that's what I love to do to chill out. Some Bob Marley, dude.
Well, you're kind of right in that aspect, everything it's different. Even one thing that, and I found that, I mean, in my opinion, my experience, strains like the some sativas, jack straw, anything that's like peppery, you know what I mean? I find gives me fucking anxiety, no matter what the THC content. If it's peppery, it's gonna put me in a bad place. I know that. I could tell right off the bat, and my nose never let me down.
So then
That
that's
same strain I can give to my patients that have anxiety and they love it. But for me, it causes anxiety. You know what I mean?
exactly,
It's all how our bodies take it. So that's a tough one to answer. You know what I mean?
exactly.
When they ask,
I couldn't tell her anything because I'm like, I almost wanted to because then I kind of was like, but if I just tell her this, then she'll go into it thinking it will be good for that and it will be good for her. She'll manifest it. But I was like, I need to teach her how to manifest it regardless. And I was like, because we had a good long conversation. And that's kind of what I told her. And I was like, I don't get it. I was like, I don't get anxiety ever from cannabis, but I never think about it like that, I suppose. So I was like, for me to tell you that one of my strains over another would cause less, I would just be making shit up because with my experience over the years, people that some people like sativas because they like to get high and uppity. And then some people don't like that. They say that that's what makes them paranoid. But some people say indicas. I was like, we all have different neurological makeups. So I'm like, I just choose based on flavor. And I recommend that's what you do too, because maybe that will find your vibe and your correct, like little, uh, right cannabinoid uh mixture. What if that was it for like, because each one of us does have a preferred distinct terp profile. Like I really don't love like hardcore orange or citrus. I appreciate it for what it is, but it's not really my cup of tea. I prefer more old school, like kind of cushy, gassy, kind of wedding cake type vibe, or fermented fruit. Like, but yeah, not a big citrus dude, but people love that. So it makes me think like with food and stuff, yeah, we all have our own preferences, but what if cannabis was so complex that the correct like endocannabinoid terpene makeup that you're supposed to be vibing with is like the distinct terpene profile that you're like attracted to. It kind of makes sense 100%, right? So that's kind of why I was like, you like gas or fruit? And then So I try to steer people less towards like what you will think, oh, this is this or whatever, and more towards your distinct terpene profile, because I feel like that will be more of your vibe. And I know some people might call me crazy, but I don't know, dude. I think a lot about this stuff, and I think that that's probably the way that it is. It makes sense to me. What do you think?
You know what I think would be a good way to answer that question for another person that asks, if it were feasible,
Yeah.
is to have like turp jars. You know what I mean? If you could extract your strain, snag the terps out of it, you had a good profile of it, and you know, so they say which one it's going to be good for anxiety, and you just like, okay, run you. Which one made you go, ooh, there you go. That's the one. Want a pack of that?
I think so. It makes the most sense, doesn't it? Like you're going to be smoking it in your olfactory, like the nose knows, right? That's what we say. Like, let's not even try to fight it. You should only be growing and smoking the weed that you love. And if it's not your terp profile, which, you know, my terp profiles might not be for everybody. I'm not rocking citrus over here. If you're a citrus lover, I would go hit up a Tropicana cookies, or you know, so there's so many citrus options out there. Jelly beans, like those crosses that came from that. You know, there's tons and tons of orange, but I think we all should grow what what we like. Like, it makes sense to me. It's got to be complex as shit.
Try it. I don't know. The orange shirts don't do it for me. I echo everything you just said. I can appreciate them. That what I want to smoke all day. Hell no. No, that yeah.
Yeah.
Like it occasionally. Yeah, all right. Every day. Yeah.
See, but I'm not the share doobie type of person. So can I smoke a whole doobie of it is the question. And if not, then I'd never consider breeding with it or anything that came from it. Or like I'm just like, not my cup of tea. I could appreciate it. Like GMO is a banger, and I appreciate the way that it smells and the way that it translates to like rosin and stuff, and it's super funky. But as far as like a smoke and stuff, it's just not my cup of tea. I don't. It's I don't know. It tastes kind of like a little cherry, kind of like cough medicine in a way to me, kind of. So it's not like my favorite. And I've had lots of people do it, so it's not like it's just the overall strain. I swear I've had it like 10 different ways. Like uh it's dank and stuff. It's just not my thing. But homie trip that makes this rosin out of it is stupid. That stuff I would smoke all day. That GMO rosin is the shit.
It's good stuff. That is good stuff. I haven't had that in particular, but I've had uh and for Crowley's work with the GMO.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
didn't
think it's
realize I
similar,
was a
dude.
fan until I've had some of that. I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. I like the garlic turks. I didn't think I'd like the garlic.
Yeah. Have you had it in flour or just the extract?
Just the extra.
See, I like the extract as well, but I don't love the flour. It's okay, you know, but some people love it, and it's just it wouldn't make my daily, it wouldn't even make a weekly or monthly rotation, to be honest, for me. Just for my personal flavor preference. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a banger. Like it has qualities in it that are amazing, but
I
it's
grew
not.
a cut. It was cross. I never grown the strain straight out, but I had the primal. Well, that's half the garlic punch is the GMO times the primal, and that's yeah. It was, you know, it showed that I had one that went each way. One that favored the primal, one that was GMO down. They were all both good, but I'd never grown out the one itself for flour. I can't, again, it was good for a nice taste here and there, but I don't think again I'd go for a whole day of garlic either. To be honest with you, as far as smoking goes,
Yeah, for sure.
gotta mix it up anyway. I tried to try to mix it up a little bit.
What's your favorite strain from TGA you've ever grown or smoked or whatever? Just
It's a tough run between Crazy Train and Cheese Quaker. Definitely a couple of my favorites right off the top of my head. One that never made it was fucking Purple Dust Star and Girl Time were two of my favorites that fucking never made
girl
or
time?
cookie crosses. You know, Girl
Was
Scout Cookie Samurai, and it's bred by Harris of the Farm.
was that a freebie by chance? It
It
sounds
was a
familiar.
tester.
Yeah, I think I
It's
got
a
a pack.
tester.
Or yeah, I think I might have got that pack, but or no, I think I had the time
Oh
rack.
man,
I think I had time rack times Gorilla Glue actually. Yeah, I think that's what it
if
was.
you
Or
got
something like
Girl
I could
Time
be yeah, it could have
or
been Girl Scout. I could be wrong. That was a while ago, but my favorite probably to grow probably was the Marion Berry Kush because it's the only cultivar I've ever seen that grew trichomes during vegetative state. And it would grow it like a mohawk all the way up the stalk. It was really fucking crazy. I wish I would have kept it or had more pictures or did something more with it, but it was such a unique cultivar. And it could have been the frost, like it was gnarly frosty, like ridiculous. Like, yeah, like it would hold up to anything I'm putting out today for sure. It was like gnarly frosty and had a super amazing, very nice smell to it, but was really colorful and pretty. That's like my probably favorite overall cultivar to grow. But it was weird. It grew kind of monster crappie and veg too. It was kind of, I don't know if it was mutiny, but I guess so. But it would kind of just like explode into like a bush and grow trichomes and veg. And I'm just like, all right, like it was like 15% into flower or something always. It was really crazy, but it just kept going along and it wasn't like an autoflower or nothing. It was cool as shit. But yeah, I had it that one for probably 4 or 5 years. But my favorite terps from uh TGA was probably Brineberry Cough. Like I grew quite a few of those, and they all had this similar, just insanely sweet, like candy, like berry, like I haven't smelled before, like a candied blueberry almost. Like literally, it was really, really dank. But one of the best smells I've ever smelled. And I remember distinctly saying that like a few times to my wife. I'm like, smell this. It's like a flower that's never been made before, but it just hit so different and it was so fucking good and just an awesome cultivar. But I don't have any more seeds of that. Or I would get some. I don't think there's any available, but I know Miss Jill's
Brian
working.
Berry. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's her strain.
What's that?
Sub was that was Brian Berry's. That's a Jill strain there. That's
Yeah.
she took that. That was her creation.
Yeah.
I didn't grow that one.
Was that
I got my
was it originally a Miss Jill strain? Like when they first, I thought, yeah, I wasn't sure. I remember reading a story about their buddy and stuff though when they released it, but Well,
So
I don't think, was
that's
it released under, there wasn't a Miss
yeah,
Jill
it
like
was
genetics
released.
yet,
No,
was
it
there?
was released on it's yeah, I got it over here. I still got all them posters, so man, your
Oh yeah, no,
posters
I
and stuff.
believe you.
Uh,
Y-
But
y-
no, it was released under TGA, and I always fucking gave. I never grew it because the way things worked out. I've since made amends with Miss Jill after Sub's passing, whatever. But
Yeah, I'd seen she continued to work the line, but I see like she put a citrus spin on it also. And as I've said probably 15 times tonight, I'm not a citrus lover. But yeah, the ones that were available anyways. I'm not saying that, but that's what kind of sucks about having like a 5 pack, because then you get a banger or something out of the five, and then you're like, shit. So you almost always had to pick up 2 packs of TGA, which was hard to do because you wanted to get so many different ones. When I went to the one,
so
oh, go ahead.
yeah, well, I always gave some credit for releasing that one under the TGA. In my opinion, it was a man, a man, a solid man thing to do. Because I don't obviously remember part of the story, but yeah, it's Brian was her high school like boyfriend who got sick, and that was a dedication strain to him.
Hmm,
And I always thought, whoa, that's
interesting.
pretty, yeah, yeah. I always gave some a little bit of credit for taking you that one with a smile. I don't know. I was like, huh? That'd be a tough one.
Yeah,
Shoe
well,
on the other foot, man. I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do it. I understand if people get sick, but that'd be a tough one in my shoes. I'd be like, oh, it's the right thing to do, but I'm not swallowing this pill too good.
yeah, I don't know how I would feel either. But maybe that's why he's a better person than us, probably. Okay, I didn't know that. But yeah, I see, I avoid politics and like all these things, like those things, uh like the plague. Like people start talking about, I swear there's so many like things that it's hard to even talk about some strains sometimes because people are like, oh, like yeah, I'm not even gonna say none, but you know what I mean.
I totally say goodnight to somebody in chat there.
So what do you think mushrooms are gonna do you think they're going to follow the trail of cannabis, like specifically, like they're probably going to go maybe decriminalize, then maybe medicinal, then maybe recreational, but do you think they'll follow it like to the T? Like will there be breeders like me eventually with mycology, and what do you think
Oh,
that's the future that's heading?
oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I know. There's it's already in the works. I'm pretty sure a lot of parallel there, but I think it will. I hope it does. I am very excited about the medical use of mushrooms.
Yeah, most definitely.
So I hope they do follow suit. They do need to be legal. Same reason as cannabis. So the doctors can utilize them. I mean, the anxiety, PTSD, cannabis helps with both, but mushroom cures for life, basically. You know what I mean? If they've done it right, they can cure them things for life. So I hope that, medically that, that's something psychiatrists eh, can use. It's just one level. The shiitake mushrooms and other things have other health benefits. Right? What is it? I'm pretty sure it's the lion's mane that is helping with Alzheimer's right now.
Yep.
Sit there and saying, you catch it early, it can almost reverse a lot of it. So I'm really excited. And again, a lot of that work won't come unless it's medical comes. That will open the door, hopefully. But I'm excited about it. Again, I think it's one of the ones that's here to teach. There's so much to learn from mushrooms right now. You spoke of that. I mean, it's our antibiotics. It's helping our mind. It's a good food. It
Yeah.
helps other plants. I mean, it's the glue. As far as I can see right now, in my journey into organics and spirituality and everything, fungus, you know, is the glue. You know what I mean? And I was actually watching a thing on mushrooms the other day, or fungus. It was is it good or bad for us? And it's a fine line. Humans and fungus are a fine line. The only thing is fungus keeps killing us as our body temperature regulates. I mean, if it adapts to our body temperature, some of the fungus, we're fucked. We're a rock. It's just going to digest us. But for the most part, we're in that sweet spot where we can defend it all.
Are you
But for
talking
the
like
most part,
cordyceps or something?
what's that?
Are you talking
I'm
like
talking about different
cordyceps?
phase. No, I'm just talking about fungus in general. Um,
Okay. But have you heard of cordyceps, like the fungus that attacks like the bugs and stuff? You seen that stuff?
yeah, yeah.
That's not what you're
There's,
talking about. You're just talking about like a fungal like infection or something for us
yeah,
in humans.
yeah. All right, yeah. Our body temperature is the only thing that keeps us special from everything else. That's otherwise fungus would be kicking our ass too.
Yeah, but we don't.
We're in a
Yeah, we shouldn't worry about the things though, because we're lucky to be right there, right at the perfect thing. Like I think we should,
yeah.
yeah, we should keep pushing the threshold with fungus. I think that I think they'll probably find something similar in fungus that will end up being like the endocannabinoid system, where certain receptors or whatever will respond to these certain things in fungus that maybe we've never even freaking know exist yet or some shit like. But there will be something crazy like in it that how it affects us on a different level, probably similar to cannabis, I bet. Maybe even more so for our neurological system though. There's so much to it though, because why does lion's mane, why is lion's mane helping with Alzheimer's? Like there's so much like crazy things like you say, and that we all know that are coming from fungus, like that are helping humans so much and plants too. Yeah.
It's there. It's in us already. I mean, most research that I've seen it says puts everything truth to you. You've always heard that gut feeling. Well, everything that I've seen now is saying that our gut is our second brain. Basically, the mycology in our gut is our basically that gut feeling. Probiotics and shit like that. I mean, you're the flora in you goes one way or another, bad or good. You're fucked. You see it in your health. I mean, it's a huge part of the way we think now. Right now, it's already our
I can prove
it
it to
dictates
you.
our health.
I can prove it to you. I only really been mad twice in my whole entire life. And both times, bro, is because I was just fucking hungry. Like Yep. If
Oh.
that ain't proof, I don't know what. Yeah, your biome is crazy important, dude.
Well, they could take the same fungus, microbiology that's in your gut. You could drop that shit. Single cell, no brain, drop it into a maze. It will grow its way out of the maze. Best, quickest way out. You know what I mean? It is a
Yeah.
smart thinking. We don't know how. I actually in that special they dance on the line of saying that even though they don't have a brain, they still were like drawing intelligence from the
Most
ether.
definitely. Well, what's crazy is like when one for like one section of the mycelium will like learn something or whatever, like, oh, if we do this, we can break down this or whatever. Like the whole colony learns it. So it's like it's a high, almost a hive mentality, but it's literally like a natural network. It's like kind of what similar to what we're creating uh on Earth, with the internet stuff. And it's crazy how it grows very similar to like the way our neurons fire and stuff. We always see them photos, but that could just be happenstance. But yeah, to say that fungus doesn't have like some form of intelligence would be probably silly. When you look at what it does to so many different things. Yeah. But
That same special, I thought it was cool. They talked about fucking a certain type of ant that doesn't even eat, like say, I think it's a certain type of plant. So they spend their whole day fucking going out and harvesting this material that they don't even eat or use to feed the fungus that secretes shit that they eat. So basically,
oh, the
they're
ant
working
colony?
for they
Yeah,
work for the
yeah.
fungus
Yeah,
all day
okay.
long.
Yeah, dude, I seen that. That was wild. Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the coolest things, man. Uh I love mushroom documentaries. Mushrooms are just cool, man. Eventually, like uh I would really like to breed them, but it's hard because I I don't grow mushrooms because I can't legally. But we're hoping to decriminalize them in Grand Rapids because I would really like to start breeding them because I really like the idea and the concept of it. Like just how it works. Are you familiar with how like to breed mushrooms? It's pretty tricky actually, in a sense, but
I'm sure it is, but that's what I'd be because it's so in the mind, and I guess poisonous. You could always unlock that gene. I could possibility, isn't it? I mean, if
yeah,
you're rolling the dice,
I don't know.
I
I don't know. I don't think I don't know.
who's who's
I
first? He's on that cross. Do you send it to the lab first?
well, they do. Did you see they have a psilocybin cup out in Oakland or whatever? And they were like testing all. It was really cool, man. They got an Instagram page. It's sick. So, but yeah, so well, in order to breed them, it's kind of tricky. So you got to take like spores from one and spores from another, right? And then kind of like let them mate up. But you're not guaranteed that the spores from one are for sure going to mate up with the other because they could mate up with themselves and stuff, right? Because when you end up with mycelium, you end up with like what they call like a multi-species, like or it's like yeah, it's there's multiple genetics basically in mycelium because there's different cultures per se. So you have to like uh let the spores mate up or whatever, and then you have to grow it up and then find the ones that are different, right, and isolate them in essence. So and sometimes you can't only tell by their spore print, but uh but then yeah, so then you have to like isolate it, and then you can clone it, and then once you have the new species isolated and cloned, then the spores from that would be the new strain or whatever. And you can continue to isolate your cultures and stuff down to like just keep cloning like larger ones or whatever, and keep isolating your genetics to really like dial in traits that you're looking for. So it's that concept and idea of it is just really really cool. It's similar to cannabis, but it's a little more complex and complicated, and I kind of like that.
never know. It can actually cross in the next cure with some major disease too. They're fascinating thing. The way they grow, different. What it is, what I think 3,500 or better species of mushroom, something like that.
Yeah, they're still like in land race. It's still completely land race, which is surprising, honestly. But it's gonna, once it hits, it's gonna change. Like from, it's in my opinion, like the breeding of mushrooms will follow very similar to the breeding of cannabis, and then it's probably gonna hit and go like that. And once people start breeding some crazy shit, like once people can start to do it legally, though, that's the thing. And until then, you'll start to see it because some people are the pioneers and are brave enough to do it, and they'll be rewarded for their bravery, hopefully, by being the first and the pioneers. But that's it. It's definitely something I want to dabble in because I love the concept of mycology. And after growing for almost 20 some years now, uh, ultimately, I I wouldn't mind like a new and different type of challenge. Not that I'll always continue to grow, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't mind like something that could just something new to learn, I suppose.
I know there's a few that are venturing into the territory of bringing them into their cannabis growth, uh,
Yeah,
implementing them into their beds, which I think is pretty genius.
yeah, yeah, and plus, not to mention they breathe in uh, oxygen and breathe out CO2, the same as us. So they symbiotic with the plants. You're creating a higher uh, CO2 atmosphere. So that's kind of cool too. But one problem I noticed uh, when someone I met before was growing them in their room or whatever was you get fungus gnats though, and then it become a problem. But if you just get them totes going in there though, your CO2 was pretty high, like I noticed on the meter. So they can work, but you just got to be prepared for fungus gnats if you got fungus in your room. Like at least the way I'm talking anyway.
I wonder if they can be controlled with the fan like you can with the cannabis, or if the fan would be detrimental to the mushroom too
Totally.
much dryness.
Yeah, this place was just like totes, so that you just open them up to fan them or whatever. And but you could totally, if you were to do like any type of like a HEPA filter or something and control the intake or the exhaust, you totally could control that if you wanted to. It wouldn't be hard enough. I just didn't. I just know that I'll always have fungus gnats probably, so I don't really care. They're all right. You just try to minimize them. That's all. Right.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
actually I was partial to the Philosopher's Stone. I had a friend that was cultivating them for a while. That was the hero dose. Was that
Okay.
he's kind of funny that how that worked out is my girls are my oldest girl is 26. And she had a boyfriend there. Little the cat had me and him would stand off a few times. Not face to face, like fighting or not. Just way we see viewpoints. He was dating fucking daddy's, baby girl and shit, daddy's girl. So I was always giving him shit. Well, come to find out, he was cultivating some stones.
Yeah.
And to stay on my good side, like every time he came up, he would palm down a sip of fucking mushrooms. So
Which
it
worked,
was,
I'm sure. It worked, right?
yeah, I didn't mind it. It definitely made him a lot better.
Yeah.
Made him a lot better.
Hell yeah.
Bearable.
Right.
Bearable. Yeah. So well, this is what happened. He fucking was giving me some more wetter version of the truffle, which were good. About fresh, they were good. Then it went from wet to dry, and I fucking stupidly didn't think for the conversion there. And
Oh
well,
no.
heavy dose, yeah, I practically 3 times of what I should was like. So I guess which brings me up to what I talked about earlier, and like the Akashic record, and why I believe like that stuff's out there. And you know what's funny is because I didn't really listen to McKenna at all prior, or a lot of other people that dealt with psychedelics. I enjoyed acid my whole life, mushrooms here and there, but I never really thought about it as like spiritual, taking it down that type of, you know. But I always had described what happened to me that night. Was weird. It fucking changed my life. It really did. Uh, I didn't see. I didn't see what was going on or what was about to happen per se, as much as like a download. That's the best way I've ever been able to describe it. When I heard McKenna talk about his experience with the psilocybin and DMT as a download, you know what I mean? You can't really put it together. You just download it and it's there. That's how I
Yeah.
fucking described that what happened that night, man. I didn't see it. It was visual. I didn't, but everything that happened in the next year and a half played out. Played out. I was like, it was so weird. I didn't see it, but I was like, I was may put forward to emotionally like suffer it all that day, that night, as it like downloaded. Like I could feel it as it was downloaded, but I couldn't see it. But I could feel it emotionally. I couldn't really. It started to. I could kind of feel it. And it started to kind of make sense. But everything that, as I put it together, as I could, came true. Everything that happened that night, everything that I downloaded that night, the next year and a half played out. Everything did. That's when the numbers started. Everything started. Everything that was happening behind the scenes started to come true, or it started playing out. And everybody that like around me is like, how are you not just falling apart? How are you seriously not falling apart? You know what I mean? Everything is the worst of the worst that could possibly happen. It's happened. I'm like, I already dealt with it. I seen it. I've already made peace with it all. And, it was weird. When it happened, it was like too surreal. Like it was already passed or what. if it hadn't been before that instant and it had played out, I don't think I would have been able to take it. Yeah, so it would have been fucking. I would have definitely not took it the way I did. That's for sure. I think. I don't think I would have been able to. Yeah, it wouldn't have played out like that.
Exactly what I've learned through psychedelics also is acceptance, man. Completely like to be able to accept the things and all that stuff, you know, like yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I can completely relate. And I think that's what we achieve through it, you know, in a way, you know. Uh, it's good to hear though, man. I'm glad you had that experience and could could count on that when the time came because it really is about like finding out what you're made of in essence, you know, and truly like or are you gonna be like it kind of measures your own soul, so to speak, right? Like you take a big long look in the mirror at yourself and you know, one night my wife and I had an experience with a little 2 gram little chocolate uh, each or whatever, and we watched Blue Planet, and then we were talking about getting recycle bin for like months, but then the next day she called and got it. Boom, we were like, we gotta get it, you know, like it just even the littlest things, and it just makes you really look at yourself in the mirror hardcore and like what are you doing, like you know what kind of imprint are you having, and you know basically are you a person that takes or a person that gives in the long run, you know, kind of it kind of just I think it allows you to be a person that gives, you know, once you get the message, I think.
It's definitely life changing once you do start to open it.
Phew. All right, bud, I don't think I'm gonna make it to 420, but I gave it a valiant effort.
Oh yeah, you did, brother. Oh yeah, you did.
I
Well, I've already
trained
went
hard.
over the I
Yeah.
already went over the wormhole thing with you. That's one of the things I usually do before you go. And
Okay,
don't
cool.
forget, man, keep that link, man, for real. You're always welcome.
All right.
Always welcome here.
Thank you, bro. I
All right.
appreciate it. Yeah, this was
But
great.
last thing I want to get from you before you go is the
Yeah.
silly part of the show is the sound bite. Basically, it's like any like the artist on the radio station, man. Uh, basically, what I'm looking for in my version, my words is, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle. Episode 431. You can put whatever you want before that, after that, as long as that's somewhere in there. Basically, commercial for you this episode. Uh, let me hit record. There you go. Anytime you're ready, my friend.
Hey, hey, this is Pat with ABC. I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 431, 431. What else? Is that good? Sorry, bro.
Perfect. Perfect, man.
My bad, dude.
Thank you again.
Yeah, no
Oh no,
problem.
that was perfect.
All right, cool.
Man, I look forward to hopefully hanging out with you sometime at one of these gene traders or one of these cannabis events
Yeah, dude.
real
Definitely.
soon. But
Definitely.
if not, then you're always welcome to come back anytime. And I'd love to do another one of these episodes on top of a wormhole episode. So
All right,
have a
cool.
good one and thank you for your time, brother, man.
Yeah,
It's
man.
our
Thank
most
you, bro.
valuable thing we have.
Yeah, this was awesome, dude. Thank you so much, man. All right, brother.
Have a good one. Thank you guys for tuning in. Episode 431. We're too close to 420 tonight, guys. So no wormhole. Just a quickie tonight. Well, this wasn't a quickie. It was one great episode. So I'll be back tomorrow night. I do well. Let's see here. I do possibly have a guest tonight. I don't have 100% confirmation, but if not, one way or another, there will be a wormhole. You can count on that. But hopefully, there'll be guests. So hopefully, I'll see you tonight at 11:30. If not, I'll probably see you a little bit later, closer to 2 for the wormhole. You guys have a great day. You guys know the routine. If this is the end of your day, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, have an awesome day. Moreover, please try to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. So please try to help somebody. Thank you for tuning in.